Well, alright, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a long time awaiting this moment, and now we get to fully enjoy looking through all of the action skills of the Vault Hunters here in Borderlands 4. I see so many wonderful people in chat. I see Hybrid. I see Anime Gamer 92. I see Kitty Lover. I see everybody. Let's go ahead and get started, shall we? Yo, peoples! Kyushu92 here. I have been looking forward to doing this deep dive for a long time, but only because I wanted to make sure that everyone's skill trees was fully displayed, so that way we can be more in line. We can all see what every character can do. Oh, I'm so happy! I am so happy right now. Got about 15 minutes, then you gotta dip for a bit. Okay, well, let's go ahead and get started. So, what we're gonna be doing today is we're gonna be going through every single skill of every character in Borderlands 4, because we are in the midst of Harlowe, who is the latest character, this character right here on the end. We're in the midst of her character videos for the Borderlands channel on YouTube. We're currently seeing a bunch of stuff for that. We don't have her short yet, so I'll probably do another deep dive showing the shorts of these characters, but not this one, because I want to wait until Harlowe stuff is fully done before I start doing different sessions about these characters individually. Or I could just do it as a video and I just make it one massive compilation of me reacting to it as a whole. But today, we're going to be focusing on looking at every skill of every character and why this may be the most peak of characters created for Borderlands overall. Better than Borderlands 1, better than Borderlands 2, better than Borderlands 3, just with the way that they've built everything. So, what we're going to do here is we're also going to pull up the feed. We're also going to pull up the Borderlands video as well. Oh, Alicia's got a new Dune video. I'm going to have to check that out later. But let's pull up our first character, Vex, and just look at her overall gameplay as well. Make sure desktop audio is on. Go to Borderlands channels. Go to the videos. And then we will make our way down to Vex with the gameplay overview. So, first things first. Oh snap, I forgot my headphones. Hold on. I forgot my headphones. Almost forgot that completely. My bad, everybody. Battery full. All right. Okay. Now, this is Borderlands 4, the official gameplay overview for Vex. Let me see how this looks full screen and see if we're good. You guys let me know. I have this on low latency, so that way I can be a lot more responsive to what you guys say. It's usually on normal latency, but I put it on low latency to see how smooth it is. If it's better, then I will keep it there. Oh, you'll be right back. Hey, it's all good. Take as much time as you need. Let's check out Vex's trailer. But yeah, we'll see how stable it is. If I can move around just fine and everything's smooth, then we're fine. Then we're good.
This is why you don't fight sirens!
Vex the Siren! With Incarnate! Death becomes her!
I brought my entourage!
Dead Ranger! Your butt is now haunted!
Do your thing, ghosties!
You got full-on Reapers?
The beast!
Phase familiar! Here comes trouble! And that was Vex. So the funny thing is the video moving smooth? I want to see. Yeah, it is moving slow. It is moving slow just because I have it full screen. This is the reason why I keep it in this view. So that was Vex, and that was her entire tree. Now we're going to move on to Rafa. We're going to look at everyone's trailers.
It's me, Rafa.
Yeah, we're going to look at everyone's trailers. This is Rafa the Exo Soldier. Rafa the Exo Soldier. Arc knives, slashy.
Looking good?
Peacebreaker cannons, one-man army.
You didn't think we were finished.
Apophis lance, knock them down like dominoes. And it just goes through people and also blows up their body too.
Yikes. Here come the fireworks.
Accept fate!
You have selected Die in a Screaming Inferno. Adios.
And that is Rafa. So Rafa looks very, very fun. I know Hybrid, you said that you were going to be maining Rafa. So I understand it completely. But the crazy thing is, with everyone, they made it very, very difficult for me to decide who to play as next. Like, they've made it pretty much impossible for me to choose. And that was not the right one. So we are going to go here, go forward, and choose the Amon one. Because it switched from the Borderlands channel to the Gearbox channel, and we just need the Borderlands channel. All right, gameplay overview for Amon, who looks incredibly fun as well. Still reminds you of Enrique Iglesias. But yeah, this is how everyone looks when they play. Mind you, this is for a trailer, so you know when we get our hands on it, it's just going to be so clean.
I soar upon metal wings.
Amon the Forge Knight.
Why won't nobody play with me?
Then fight me.
Crucible, forged in fire and frost.
More power for the slaughter.
Scourge, punish the wicked.
My end will be loud and red. Just leave it to me.
Onslaughter, Fist of Fury.
Was this the loud ending you wanted?
The Amon is another good choice as well. And next up is the last and latest person to get a gameplay showcase, and that is Harlowe. Literally a day ago, and she's already pulling in people. So her gameplay already made her my second choice.
So satisfying.
Harlowe the Gravatar.
Oh, I'm just getting
Chroma Accelerator. Science goes boom.
I'ma take it to the top. Oh, hell yeah.
Flux Generator. Freeze the foes.
I'ma keep rising, I'ma go high, so high, get the vibe, like lightning, do not fight me, better turn light. Backup has arrived.
am reborn.
Heal the bros. Freeze the foes, heal the bros. 0 points. Burst in your bubble.
Who said science can't be fun? This is gonna take some cleanup. And I never fall. Stay right there. Till I have it all. Pedal to the metal. Get the crown. Break it through the walls. Higher reaching, higher rising up. I'ma take it to the top. Totally worth it.
See, this is the reason why Harlowe is now my second go-to character. Yes! Alright, so that is the gameplay for all the characters, and of course they have the gameplay breakdowns for pretty much all of the characters by the devs themselves. Did you guys want to see that as well? So you can get their own perspective on these abilities, and then we'll go over the skills? You know what? I feel like that might actually be a good idea. So, let's go over the gameplay breakdowns as well. Might as well cover that. Just to get it from a design standpoint from the devs, we can get that viewpoint. So, it's not long. It's not long. Let me get Vex. Let me get Rafa. Let me get Amon. And this Harlowe's abilities breakdown literally just dropped less than 50 minutes ago. So we'll get that as well. So let's check out the Vex one. Just so you can get a rundown of how they can synergize
Vex is a
with
siren
each
in
other.
Borderlands 4. She's got spooky vibes and a spookier cat. Kind of the necromancer and ranger
That
fantasy.
made her my
I'm
first
really
choice
excited
because I
for
love
people
the
to try her out.
necromancer class. And I also like playing siren.
Vex is ultimately she's a siren, and she's a necromancer siren. She's all about creating disposable minions or creating spectral companions, or giving herself godlike warlock powers that she can blast her enemies. The kind of player that would enjoy Vex, if you're an action RPG player who specifically loves necromancer fantasies or ranger fantasies, it's got everything you ever need. She's
Thank
actually the
you.
first siren that we've ever had to focus specifically also on kinetic damage. So if you particularly enjoy lifesteal and draining your enemy's health for lots and lots of power, you'll have a good time. Vex's phase familiar skill has a spectral cat named Trouble.
Let me know if I
join
need to
her,
turn the volume up.
who's near and dear to my heart.
Or if it's fine.
And when you activate the action skill, you can teleport him around the battlefield and make him into Big Trouble.
You've got stuff that lets Trouble blink to targets, have better crit chance. You're giving Trouble the ability through one of the augments to cause crit damage on any location. We also have augments that soak a bunch of incoming damage while still dishing it out to enemies as well.
Vex's incarnate skill kind of turns her into just a weapon of mass destruction. She literally explodes at the beginning, gets a sweet pair of spectral wings, and a soul orb that she can use to Eldritch Blast her enemies. And the more that you deal damage to enemies, the faster it comes back, which makes quite a satisfying loop.
Fire off things like the Geist Wave, an energy wave that deals damage to enemies. You have stuff that buffs up your survivability. You've got things like Lifesteal. You reduce the cooldown on your rep kits so that you can really stay in the fight a lot longer. There is an orb that will hover around and cause extra damage to enemies nearby. All these are various options that you could pick within that tree.
Vex's last skill, Deadringer, you either get to summon a Spectre or a Reaper, where the Spectres are clones of yourself that don't move, but they use long-range weaponry to kind of just do as much damage as possible. But the Reapers have giant scythes, they attack people in melee, and they actually taunt your enemies, so you kind of have this interesting choice between, do I want to taunt my enemies and play more defensively, or do I put down a bunch of Spectres and just light up the battlefield?
The fourth seal is something that focuses around minions. This is personally a favorite of mine. I've always loved games that let me do little minion builds. I'm very much the kind of person that plays a necromancer in the games that let me.
Time to break out the big side.
So, easily, my most favorite skill tree of all characters because, you know, playing through the Borderlands games, I was quite used to all the sirens in all the Borderlands games that let you play as one. You would get this sense that they really focused on a lot of elemental damage. Vex is the first one that has a focus on kinetic damage. And that's good because all of her other skills just make it so that she does even more kinetic damage with some, some elemental stuff sprinkled in here, but the elemental side isn't the focus. You got one where you're just basically throwing out Eldritch Blasts and stuff. We'll go over her skill tree. Eldritch Blasts and all sorts of different things. And also have a cat familiar, or you can make it so that you're summoning, spirit versions of yourselves that are also aiding you as well. And I like minion builds. For myself, I like minion builds. So her skill tree for Death Ringer and Incarnate is singing to me the most. Now, mind you, I am going to make 3 different types of builds for Vex, which means playing 3 different ways for Vex. So overall, I'm looking at, and I'm probably going to do that for every character where they have a focus on one specific skill tree and then points into another on one specific action skill. So I'm looking at 3, 6, 9, 12. I'm looking at 12 different playthroughs for all 4 characters. And then 15 to 18 when you add in the DLC Vault Hunters that we're going to be getting later down the line. So I'm looking at many, many, many hours of Borderlands. I almost put 2,900 and 2,098 or 2,091. Close to 2,100 hours into Borderlands 3 alone across the PS4 version and the PS5 version. So given that this looks to be way more polished, way cooler, and way bigger than Borderlands 3, I know for a fact I'm probably going to double those amount of hours. I just know it. But that is Vex's abilities breakdown. On to Rafa. And then we'll move into the skill tree itself.
Everything about Rafa is centered around his exosuit, defines everything he is. Everything Tediore is, they're the Walmart of guns, you just use them once and throw them away. So that's kind of the idea of his exosuit is Tediore is just using this soldier, and when they're done with him, they're going to throw him away. But usually, when we look at a character, we try to focus on one little piece of them, and like, could this be an action skill? We start developing the character from there.
For Rafa's arc knives, what makes that particularly badass is that focus on melee combat. We don't typically do it that much, so having something that just really drives into it and getting into the mix of things and being able to just cut away at enemies is a much more unique sort of playstyle than you'll see with a lot of other Vault Hunters. This tree will allow him to do things like buff his movement speed, buff some of his damage, allow the knives whenever you attack people in melee to actually do AoE shock damage, and also do things like replace the dash attack that he has with Elite, changing the element to corrosive.
Let's drop some acid!
Rafa's Arc Knife's action skill puts him in third person, where he becomes this super agile ninja with dual laser swords. He slices his enemies, he marks his enemies to deal more damage to them as he's damaging them, and finally he ends with something we're calling Blade Fury, which just does massive amounts of damage to every enemy he's touched with his action skill.
Yes, the human blender.
For Rafa's Peacebreaker cannons, what makes that particularly badass is the sort of automatic nature of it. Once you pop it, it allows you to just up your overall DPS, you point at whatever it is that you want to see die, and you get to just unload on him.
This is kind of an ode to Mose and Axton, where he puts a turret on his back and it just starts blasting away enemies. Eventually you can start customizing this with rockets, shotguns, or even lasers.
The Apophis Lance lets you basically set aside a little cannon and fire it as you need. However, because it does affect your gun handling a little bit, we wanted to make sure that this is something that feels good when you use it, because you're trading a little bit of your gunplay. All the augments focus in on it, allowing you to do things like get more charges for it, so you can fire it more often. Action skill cooldown, crit enemies more often, and also just a general overall buff to it.
One thing I'm known for around the office is I love putting explosions on everything. I try to put explosions wherever I can. If I don't know what to do, add an explosion. So with Rafa, I kind of insisted I wanted him to be all about grenades. So he has a few builds where he just gets to spam grenades constantly for shooting his gun, using his action skill, whatever. He can even double his grenades. I think fans should be excited about Borderlands 4 is because we've expanded on everything we've done previously. With Borderlands 4, with how deep our skill trees are, my character is always just going to be different than your character. I think fans are going to be excited for Borderlands 4 because of the build diversity.
That's a good thing, because it was so easy to fall into the rut of having a build that was similar to someone else just because of how linear the skill tree actually was. So given how massive and how vast the skill trees are for characters in Borderlands 4, I am grateful that a build that I have is not going to be exactly like someone else's. Even if we spec into the same tree, it's not going to be a one-to-one perfect representation because we may have different augments, we may have different capstones. But before we move on to Amon's, I need to check the mail downstairs. I will be right back. Don't worry, it's momentary, and then we'll move on to Amon's gameplay breakdown, then Harlow's gameplay breakdown, and then we'll move on to looking at every single individual skill of every character in the game thus far. But let me grab the mail. I'll be right back after these messages. All right, I'm back. I love the fact that right as I get into a room, I can have the video playing before I sit down simply by hitting the side of my headphones. That's always been cool to me. But yeah.
Amon is a ex-cultist turned warrior poet who really does not like vault monsters. He is our largest character that we have ever made, even taller than Brick. He's a Viking. He is destruction incarnate. Amon is all about hitting hard and hitting fast. He comes on strong and he pretty much finishes the fight. If you're the kind of guy who wants to get up into people's faces, take down enemies that are larger than you, and look good doing it, he's your guy. Amon's cybernetics tree is all about summoning his weapons. He already summons them in his hands to, slap people in the face, but he can actually also summon autonomous drones. So you can have a floating sword, a floating axe, and a floating hammer, kind of tag teaming up against all the adversity that you come across. Fun thing about Amon is that he actually gets what's called the Forge skill, and the Crucible's Forge skill, which is a secondary action skill, will actually see him take both axes, snap them together, and throw them at his enemies. It'll go out, it'll return, and it'll hit and damage people in both directions. And if it hits any of those axes, it'll also cause massive explosions.
For Amon's cybernetics tree, this really focuses in on his axes, both fire and ice. You have augments that allow you to change out the types. So not only can you throw the axes, which is what you start with, you can also change it to throw hammers, and you can even throw some swords. So for example, if you decide to stick with the axes, you have one where if you throw the ice one, you can actually pierce through enemies.
Amon's Crucible sees him take out 2 elemental axes. One is fire and one is frost that you can chuck into your enemies to deal massive elemental damage. And if you end up killing them, they'll actually explode.
What makes Amon's Crucible a really cool skill to use is it kind of sells this sensation of being this big hulking Viking when you're going around with your 2 forge axes, and you got one with fire, you got one in ice, and being able to just throw them around, pick them up, and chain it between enemies is something that feels really cool to do.
Amon's Vengeance tree is all about taking lots of damage and dealing it back out. Special mechanic for that tree is something called Elemental Affinities, where he will actually get rewarded for killing enemies with specific elemental types and doing different elemental attacks. So he can create a gigantic ground fissure to ignite his enemies. He can summon lightning bolts from the sky to zap them. It's a really good time. For Amon's Vengeance tree, this focuses in on his shield. More particularly, there's skills that will allow him to use the Forge Wave ability that comes from the shield to explode on enemies.
We in there, bro. We in there.
Something that allows him to taunt, which really helps if you're actually playing with friends, and we do encourage that. You can also throw the shield. For those of you who are familiar with the pre-sequel, that might feel a little familiar to you. There's also the option to use a spear instead of his whip. which when you throw it, it bursts into shock damage.
Amon's Scourge action skill sees him take out a gigantic shield to absorb lots of damage, which will then actually transform into a elemental whip where he can take that energy and toss it back at his enemies. The Forge skill that is associated with Scourge is actually called Firewall, which, as the name might imply, makes a giant wall of fire that will deal damage to enemies who pass through it, block projectiles that are coming in, and buff your projectiles going out.
What makes this one particularly badass is the sensation of becoming a tank. You get to whip out a shield and also a literal whip. So you get to sit there and just soak up damage either for yourself to give yourself some breathing room, or when you're playing with friends, get in the mix and drag the attention to yourself.
Amon's Calamity Tree is all about bringing the fight to enemies. Empower your fist in so many different ways that I think players are really going to enjoy. The main mechanic is to actually cause weakness to your enemies, which makes them deal significantly less damage and take a little bit more damage. And there's specific ways in that tree to make those that you have inflicted weakness upon explode, and it's pretty nice.
For Amon's Calamity Tree, one of the options for this allows you to really up your durability. This particular augment will allow you to buff yourself back up in order to stay in the fight a lot longer. You have the option for the Rocket Punch to change its elements to suit your particular needs. You even have the option to allow the punch to have its own follow-ups in order to actually execute enemies that are below a certain health threshold, which I'm personally always a fan of those kind of things. And it also has the option to prime enemies, which is a thing that's unique to Amon, which allows him to detonate enemies under specific conditions.
Amon's skill Onslaughter gives him an empowered fist to punch his enemies and dash across the battlefield. You can use it over and over, and you can use it while you're mixing it up with your guns to get into close range with like a shotgun, so you can do a 1-2 punch. The associated Forge skill with Onslaughter is called Molten Slam, where you see Amon take out a gigantic hammer and just slam it to the ground, causing pretty much elemental devastation all around it.
This one is particularly badass because you get this nice, big, meaty, like fire hammer. Whenever you just get that wind up and that big explosion that happens afterwards once you slam it down is a really satisfying feeling. But also you do get a cool rocket punch as well. Like, you do get a couple little things in there, so that's always fun too.
I call an iron answer.
So I was looking at Amon, and when Amon came out, it made me second guess who was going to be my second choice. Because that's when it started getting bad. Because I was going to be like, okay, I'll play Vex, and then I'll play Amon, because we don't know the abilities of pretty much anybody else. Now I see why you said Amon is like Kratos. Yeah. Dude has a spear. He has dual swords. He's got whips. He's got a hammer. All of these different weapons that you collected during the God of War games, like God of War 1, God of War 2, God of War 3, all of these different games, God of War in 2018 and God of War in God of War Ragnarok. Amon has all of these abilities, all of these skills, all of these forge skills, and it's like he's a walking armory. Any weapon that a Vikinger would use, Amon can use that. But he has so many good skills. But we'll go through it. Now, lastly is Harlowe, and then we'll get to the skills themselves. Lastly is the character that I am going to be playing.
My favorite character in Borderlands 4 is Harlowe. Just the moment I saw her concept, I knew I was going to love this character and love building her. She's kind of super friendly and happy to be there and do science for you. She uses science to just blow all of the enemies out of the water. Harlow's Cosmic Brilliance Tree is all about affecting the battlefield with her Flux Generator. This action skill throws her Flux Generator into the environment, and any enemies inside of it become automatically entangled, sharing all damage they take, dealing constant cryo damage to everything inside of it. Additionally, Harlowe and her allies get overshield while they're inside of it, so it's something players can use offensively or defensively.
So what makes Harlow's Flux Generator feel particularly awesome is that sense of battlefield control, in that you get to just throw something down, dish out extra battlefield damage, but also the generator itself gives you an ability to provide some ally support, both for yourself and your buddies that you're playing with. And this is my personal favorite. You can have it so that enemies that are within the vicinity of it completely lose all of their elemental resistances, so being able to just be like, I don't want to deal with it. And then also getting a buff to your own status effect application, really nice to kind of try and melt them down.
You said you can
Harlow's
use
Chroma
this to take
Accelerator
away
is her giant nuke
elemental
action
buffs
skill.
on enemies.
This is her boss killer. This is the one where she fires a slow-moving projectile that moves through the environment, and then she can detonate it to make a giant radiation explosion. Harlow's creative burst skill tree is all about using her Chroma Accelerator to deal insane amounts of action skill damage. She has one skill, Cue Ball, that turns her Chroma Accelerator into this bouncing ball that just bounces all over the environment, entangling enemies everywhere it touches and just dealing massive damage everywhere, along with freezing enemies in its path.
There's lots of little things in there that will augment them and change the way that they behave in some capacity. So like you'll have one that makes it so that as it passes through enemies, it'll actually drag them along behind it, which is kind of neat. You can have it where you can extend its duration through causing radiation damage. It'll also allow you to buff your gun. You can get faster refunds so that you can use it more often as well.
So good!
Harlow's Seize the
It's
Day
so
skill
good.
tree is all about using Zero Point to control the battlefield. It can do everything from making massive singularities to draw all the enemies together, to slamming enemies down and creating giant cryo explosions to freeze enemies, or it can even slow down enemies as you critical hit them. Harlow's action skill Zero Point is where she can bubble an enemy up into the air. She can slam them into exploding barrels to cause big explosions, or she can throw them into other enemies and just cause general chaos.
For Harlow Seize the Day, this really focuses in on her stasis. Augments that you can expect to find in here will allow you to do things like ricochet shots off to other enemies that aren't in stasis. You can store damage, and whenever it's ready, it'll pop off a cryo explosion, things like that. You can also have it use healing bursts, which is great both for your own survivability or when you're playing with friends, keeping them up. One thing that I particularly think is really cool about it is when you kill an enemy, it will continue to bounce around to other enemies in the area. This does make it so that the duration on each of those bounces is a little bit shorter, but it's still really cool to see it bounce around and like capture enemies and keep that effect going.
I feel like every time we make a player character, there's always something we have to leave behind that sticks with me and I want to bring into future games. In Borderlands 3, I had designed an Amara skill to where she runs up, puts an enemy in phase grasp, and then kicks them into other enemies. We couldn't really do that in Borderlands 3, but with Borderlands 4, we get to do that with Harlowe, where she can pick up enemies and start flinging them into other enemies. I love that she has this giant disco ball of doom that she can send out into a battlefield and just nuke everything. I love that she has the flux generator that she can throw on the ground and either help her allies or debuff all the enemies. And I love her skill where she can bubble enemies into the air and then start slamming them into other enemies. That's something I've always wanted to make a character do in the Borderlands universe, and I finally get to.
So satisfying.
And that was the gameplay breakdown of all characters. Now it's time to get into the meat of the matter. Everything that they just said about Harlowe easily made her my second choice for a second playthrough for a new character after Vex. I'm going to spend a considerable amount of time with Vex, so it's going to be a while before I start on Harlowe. But all the same, I am greatly looking forward to how these characters play. So now, let's get to the meat, because I've waited for them to put the entire character skill tree up there. So now here we are, Vault Hunters. In Borderlands 4, you play as a Vault Hunter, a mercenary on the hunt for alien vaults, wielding wild guns and devastating abilities. Each Vault Hunter class offers a unique playstyle that empowers you with one of 3 signature abilities called action skills. Between your action skills in 3 branching skill trees, each packed with socketable abilities and potent passive effects, you can create a huge variety of supremely powerful builds. So let us begin with Vex the Siren. And we'll just go right over to her skill tree. So, at the top here, we have her abilities breakdown. Siren Vault Hunter trait, Phase Covenant. Vex is attuned to the elemental type of her current gun, converting all action skill and melee damage into that type. So, this used to be a thing where, for Borderlands 3, when you had Amara, you had augments that would change your abilities, but those were augments. It wasn't like you can just choose a gun and then your element would change to whatever gun you were holding. It was specifically attuned to your skill tree. And some attunements were further down on the skill tree list. Not too far, but they were further down on the list. So if you wanted to get your hands on a different augment, such as fire, corrosive, or cryo, you would have to put some points into getting it that far. But here, Vex, all you need is that this is her passive. Her action skill and melee damage is attuned to whichever element your gun is. If it's just straight kinetic, then it'll just be normal. If it's fire, then your action skill and melee will be attuned to fire, or corrosive, or shock, or radiation, or cryo. All of that just a passive in and of itself, which is leagues better than having to spend points in order to make that happen. Easily better. Meaning, looks like Harlowe was playing pinball with the enemies. That's hilarious. Of course, yes. So now let's move into her action skills. First, we have Dead Ringer, the 4th seal skill tree. Charge skill, spawn a phase clone minion, choosing Spectre or Reaper. Phase clones lose an ever-increasing amount of health per second, and their damage type matches Vex's current attunement when spawned. Can spawn a Reaper that taunts enemies and deals melee attack damage, or a Spectre that deals gun damage and cannot move. So that's her first skill. Then we move on to Incarnate, which is the Incarnate Vexcalation tree. Vex creates a phase explosion, dealing damage to nearby enemies and fully restoring her health. While active, Vex can use Eldritch Blast and gains increased movement speed. Eldritch Blast fires an Eldritch Blast from her offhand, dealing damage to nearby enemies on impact. Dealing gun damage reduces Eldritch Blast's cooldown. You can Incarnate early, partially refunding cooldown. Then lastly, we have Phase Familiar. Phase Familiar, here comes Trouble skill tree. Vex is joined by her minion Trouble. When killed, Trouble will respawn after a cooldown. Press this action skill to teleport Trouble, dealing damage in an area. Trouble then transforms into a, well, bad A, because I don't use profanity, fully restoring health and gaining increased damage for a duration. Activating Phase Familiar will respawn Trouble if he's currently dead. So these are your action skills for Vex. So if we go to the Dead Ringer tree, actually I don't need to change any of these because you can have any of these activated. But if we go down to her skill tree, we have the 4th seal. So now, let's see here. I believe I can full screen this. Yeah, I believe I can full screen this, no problem. But here we have Sanguine Fiends. I wanted to make sure that everything worked out fine. Oh, cool. Nice. Interesting. All right. So, first up we have Sanguine Fiends. Passive, I just wanted to double check something. Sanguine Fiends, which is a passive, and you can put 5 points into this. This is a kill skill. This is literally one of your beginning skills for Vex in this tree. Kill skill. Vex and her minions restore health. Next is Idle Hands, another passive. 3 points for this one. Vex and her minions gain reload speed based on the fullness of her health. Next up, have you seen the skill tree planner side? You can make your builds with 50 points. Oh yes, I have. Matter of fact, I'm glad you brought that up because it'll do well for us to actually have that up as well. So max roll, I actually have that planner up. Yep, I do. So what we'll do is, first I'll get rid of that. All right, we'll have that up, and then we'll move over to the planner itself. Yeah, we'll have this up, and then we'll move over to the planner itself. Now, let me see. Did they add Harlowe? They did not add Harlowe to the planner yet. Harlowe is not on this list. We just got Vex, Rafa, and Amon. So, yeah, we don't have Harlowe's tree added to it yet. Not yet. All right, back to this. Let's get back to the skill trees. But also, Kingdom Hearts for Life, welcome back. Well, welcome if this is your first time here. Welcome back if you were here before. Going back to the passives, we have Cold Iron. Vex, 5 points for this one. Vex and her minions gain increased gun damage. Next, Fell Inscriptions, another passive, 5 points for that. Vex and her minions gain increased melee damage and maximum health capacity. Then we go further down and we have Grave Assault, another passive, 5 points for that. Kill Skill, Vex and her minions gain increased fire rate for a duration. This effect can stack. Then we have Ghast Blaster. This is an augment. Minion skill, Spectres gain the ability to use Ghast Blast, dealing gun damage to all nearby enemies on impact. Spectres will use Ghast Blast on spawn and after they reload. Next up, another passive, 5 points for this one. Portents of Suffering. Vex and her minions gain increased status effect damage. This will be important a little bit later on. And then we have another augment called Coven. Spawning a Reaper grants Vex and her minions health regeneration for a duration. Spawning a Spectre grants Vex and her minions critical hit chance for a duration. Both effects can stack. And then another passive called Curse Blade. Vex's melee attacks apply curse to hit enemies, making them take kinetic status effect damage anytime they take gun damage. Further down, we have Blood Sacrifice, and mind you, this is just the first initial bar, alright? This is just the first initial bar at the top. Let me show you. Everything I just mentioned is part of this top part here. This top, that whole box, that's the first box. We still got 3 others. I love it. But next up, Blood Sacrifice. 1 point passive. Activate kill skills whenever Venom's minions die. So, if you have this kill skill, then any of your other kill skills will immediately activate if any of your minions die. If a single one dies, any kill skill you have active will immediately proc. And I feel like that is going to be so useful because there will be times when you bring your minions into a fight, if you don't mind if I rant a little bit about the potential here, because there's a heavy amount of potential for what these skill trees can do for you later on. You will find yourself going up against an enemy that is probably doing more damage to you than normal, but at the same time, that works to your benefit because with Blood Sacrifice, if your minion goes down, you will benefit from them passing. You will benefit from them dying because of all the other kill skills you have active. And mind you, we have more kill skills that are right here that can stack with that. It's only a 1 point passive though. It's not an augment, which makes that even more useful because you don't need to switch this out with any other augments or even a capstone. This is a simple passive that you can have active immediately and benefit from it for the entirety of the game. If Dead Ringer is the skill tree that you spec into. I'm just saying. Next is Grave Fiends, another passive, 5 points for this. A kill skill. Vex and her minions deal increased damage. This effect can stack. So go back to Blood Sacrifice. If a minion dies, all other minions and Vex herself with Grave Fiends will benefit from even one minion dying, and then everyone else will start doing more damage because of that. And the fact that it stacks as you continue to kill enemies. So Blood Sacrifice and Grave Fiends literally go hand in hand. Is basically essential. Next is another passive, not an augment, but a passive. Grave Quickening. 5 points for this one. Kill skill. Vex gains increased action skill cooldown rate. This effect can stack. I don't need to explain to you how important it is for one's skills to immediately come off a cooldown for you to enjoy and just abuse and use as much as you want to. It's pretty much self-explanatory. Killing enemies gives you increased action skill cooldown. So this would be seen as necessary. Not exactly the tree that I would go into immediately unless I already go through enough with the Incarnate tree, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Next is a special passive that needs a point into Curse Blade. Extra Curse, 1 point. Curse damage now triggers on minion melee damage and deals increased damage when it's triggered by a critical hit. So, that's going to be interesting to see in action. Some of these will require a little bit of testing to see how viable they are for endgame, whether they're good for boss runs or whether they're good for mobbing. This is where the real test is going to come in. But that is just the initial branch. That is just the initial tree. Now we move on to branch 1. Blight Attunement. Passive. Attunement kill skill. While Vex is attuned to corrosive, killing an enemy creates a haunting remnant minion for a duration that seeks out nearby enemies. They say hour, but I believe it's supposed to be out. That seeks out nearby enemies, dealing corrosive status effect damage over time. Kill skill. Restore haunt remnant's duration if active. So not only is this an attunement kill skill, but it also has a secondary kill skill on top of it. So when you kill an enemy with corrosive, it'll spawn one of these haunting remnants. And when you kill while this haunting remnant is active, it will restore the duration of the haunting remnant being out, which means that the more you kill, the longer this thing will stay out there, dealing corrosive damage in an area effect around them for the entirety of the fight until everyone's dead. Lot of potential here. Then we come to another augment, Wither. Minion skill. Specters cast Wither on an enemy when they spawn, dealing status effect damage over time and increasing damage taken for a duration. This is a debuff. Can stack once per elemental type. Kill skill. Killing a withered enemy allows specters to use Wither again. So if you kill a withered enemy by one minion, then all your minions will be able to use Wither once again. Pretty much every single time you kill an enemy, they're able to use Wither. So you could Wither through an entire group of people, and every single time you kill one Wither, then another one gets withered, and then another, and then another, and then another. It just keeps proccing. It's not on the same level as Harlow's Entanglement, because her Entanglement works a little bit more streamlined in comparison to this. So it's not like, oh, you wither one and then multiple. It's just one at a time. Actually, you know what? No, it's not. It's just any enemy that gets hit by it, and they'll just continue. No, I guess it kind of does work a little bit like Entanglement. It's just not as straightforward as Harlow's Entanglement, but it still works the same way. Next up, Prismatic Eker. Passive, 5 points for this one. When Vex or her minions apply a status effect, apply another random elemental status effect. So here's the reason why I like this skill over Amara's. Because in Amara's, you had one called Conflux. Amara's in Borderlands 3 had a skill called Conflux, where you had a set chance for triggering a secondary status effect when you hit an enemy and cause a status effect outright. You had up to, I want to say, a 15% chance for it to proc. I need to look back at it and remember it fully. But with Amara, it was like a chance for it to trigger another status effect. With Vex, when you apply a status effect, it will. There's no set chance here. This is 5 points. And it doesn't say it has a chance of applying, because otherwise it would say it would have a chance of applying. And then because if we go here and we go down to the first tree, where is it? Face familiar. No. Dead Ringer. If we go down to Dead Ringer and we go to Prismatic Eker, it doesn't say set chance. It says damage plus 30% of the initial effect. So I would need to put, okay, so let's just, for example, this is Dead Ringer, regenerate health, reload speed, increase gun damage. Let's put some points into Cold Iron. And let me full screen this. Let's put some points into Cold Iron. And let's put some points into Portents of Suffering. Let's get all the way down to that first branch. Vex and her minions. Let's put some points into Grave Fiends. And then we go all the way down here to Prismatic Eker. And it doesn't really show the change itself. Like, it doesn't show the increases for change. But the fact that it doesn't say it has a chance of triggering a secondary status effect means that as long as you're triggering status effects, another random one is happening. Every time. Not a set chance, it's happening every time. So now, next one. Keen Suffering. I don't need these glasses, I just think it makes me look smart. Keen Suffering, passive 5 points. Status effect damage gains a chance to critically hit. I don't think we ever seen that before. We had critical hits before, but not with status effects. So being able to cause status effects to critically hit, that is major. Because that means that status effects are going to be even more powerful than they've ever been in any other Borderlands, simply because having an increased critical hit chance means that your status effects could have a chance to be critical as well, and damage that would eat through half of an enemy's health would eat through a lot more, especially if you spec into ways to increase your critical damage as well, because this also goes hand in hand with critical damage and critical chance. That's useful. Next one, Gasturbate. Passive, 3 points. I know what it sounds like. We're not going to talk about it. Whenever Vex dodges, she creates a specter nearby and becomes invisible for a duration or until her next gunshot. So, remember when we played Borderlands 1, and Lilith had the phase walk, which made it so that she could be invisible for a certain amount of time, and the only way to get her out was for the duration to disappear, or for her to melee attack, or I believe for her to shoot, and that would bring her out of that space as well. But this is every time Vex dodges, she becomes invisible. Whenever Vex dodges, not a chance to become invisible, just whenever she dodges. And this is a 3-point passive. So that's just like, wow. So sure, it can be on a duration, but every single time you dodge, you're going invisible? And you create, and it's almost like she has some skills that are similar to Zero's, where if you use his stealth and he goes invisible, he has a digiclone that is left behind to distract enemies while he can set up his next shot. But with Vex, this happens every time she dodges. It's not part of her action skill. This is literally just built into her movement. Next up, Shot to Go. Passive, 3 points. When Vex swaps her current gun, her new gun has its ammo partially refilled. I can see that being useful. Next is Necrosis. Passive, 5 points. Vex gains increased corrosive damage and corrosive status effect damage. And you can already see how Necrosis stacks well with Blight attunement. Because if she's attuned to corrosive, then it means that Haunting Remnant would do even more damage than before. Next up is the capstone for Branch 1, Heirloom. Spectres gain a copy of Vex's currently equipped gun for a duration. Only one Spectre can have a copied gun at a time, and spawning a new Spectre will remove the copied gun from the previous Spectre. So, I thought that if she was able to have all of her minions have an exact copy of her gun, that would be seen as overpowered. So I can understand them limiting it to just one Spectre at a time, because it'd be akin to people asking for 4 Space Marines in Space Marine 2. The dev says, no, you only need 3, because any more, and the game would just be too easy. That's the same case here. I see it as if every single one of her Spectres gained a copy of her gun, then... And if it was a powerful gun, no less, if it was a very powerful gun, then she would basically trivialize most of the game. Mind you, I know for a fact that people are going to figure out ways to make these characters busted and broken beyond belief. So it's only a matter of time before this thing actually becomes reality, where you're just mowing through enemies as if they're basically nothing. But I feel like it's going to be a considerable amount of time before we get to that point where people are creating instant boss melt builds. But that's the end of Branch 1. Onwards to Branch 2. Burning Attunement. Passive, 5 points. Attunement skill. While Vex is attuned to Incendiary, Vex and her minions gained increased critical hit damage and status effect application chance. Oh, I was about to say, wait! Where did I put my phone? And I forgot it's been sitting here so long, I forgot that this is what I'm using to see everybody in chat. My bad. Attunement skill. While Vex is attuned to Incendiary, Vex and her minions gain increased critical hit damage and status effect application. And I forgot to put this back to full screen again. Sorry about that. There we go. Increased critical hit damage and status effect application chance. These effects persist for a duration after attunement is switched. Next up, Hellish Harvest, an augment. Minion skill. Reapers gain the ability to use Hellish Harvest, dealing melee damage 3 times in a large area around themselves and regenerate health for each enemy hit. Reapers will use Hellish Harvest on spawn and every 3rd time they melee attack. A lot of interesting skills for your minions here. Next up, Recurrence. Simple passive. It's just one activate and that's it. Whenever Vex deals gun damage or melee damage, gain a stack of Recurrence, which increases her and her minions' gun damage and melee damage. Stacks of Recurrence are lost if a new stack has not been gained for a duration. This effect can stack. Interesting. Next up, Reverberations. Not reverberations, but reverberations. Passive, 5 points. Melee damage dealt by Vex or her minions has a chance to deal incendiary melee damage. And then we have Haruspex, passive, 5 points. Melee Override. You're going to see a couple of these in these skill trees. Vex now throws a phase dagger from her offhand that deals melee damage to enemies hit. Phase daggers can critically hit. Kill skill. Haruspex cooldown is reset. So I imagine that if you kill an enemy with this, then you get to immediately throw another one. So I can see people creating maybe some melee Haruspex builds for Vex, so that way she can just keep throwing these and they can critically hit as well. There's so much potential with a lot of these skills. Next up, Burnt Offering. Passive, 5 points. Vex gains increased incendiary damage and incendiary status effect damage. After that, Grim Reaper. Capstone. Press and hold ability to spawn a Grim Reaper, it says Grim Reader here, that drains nearby enemies, dealing status effect damage over time, and regenerating health for each drained enemy. When an enemy dies while being drained, there is a chance a new Reaper will be spawned. I can't tell you, I can't even begin to explain just how the thought of, like, summoning a Grim Reaper that then drains other enemies around you, does status effect damage over time, regenerates for every enemy it drains, and then if an enemy dies, there's a chance that a new Reaper will pop up. That's just say your Jin at this point. Arise, and then just mow everybody down. Pardon me. And then next up for the last skill for this particular tree is Pincushion. Passive skill requires a point in Haruspex. Haruspex now throws multiple phase daggers from both hands in a fan pattern. Killing an enemy now only refunds a portion of Haruspex cooldown. While you can hit more enemies, you don't regen your cooldown for this particular melee like you were able to with the first. But that's branch 2. Onwards to the last branch for the Dead Ringer tree. Then we'll move on to Incarnate, and then lastly we'll move on to Face Familiar. So much information, it's wonderful. I'm so glad I'm here to give this all to you, even though many of you may have seen it already. Branch 3, Prismatic Weaponry, passive, 5 points. Vex and her specters deal bonus damage with gun critical hits. The bonus damage will be a random elemental type that changes on reload, and that is increased for each active attunement. So the Burn attunement, the Corrosive attunement, what other attunements do we have? Blight attunement, yeah, the Burn attunement, the Blight attunement. Having those active will cause even more damage while this is active, when you do critical hits. And the bonus damage from the critical hits will be a random elemental type. Just flat out. And it does more damage the more attunements you have spec'd into at any given time. It's not like these can be switched out as well, because these attunements are not augments. They are just straight up passive. So you can have multiple attunement passives so you can benefit from all of them in one go. And not only that, we also need to think about that eventually they're going to have level cap increases. They always do. They did it for Borderlands 1, 2, and 3. They do it for basically every single one of their games. They did it for the pre-sequel. They did it for Wonderlands. It is just obvious. We all know we're going to get level cap increases, which means that the base level that we reach in the game will eventually be increased so we can spec more into this stuff. So all of this stuff that seems like you can't get your hands on it at the moment because of how the limit of the skill tree is, you'll eventually be able to spec more into it, making you even more of an overpowered individual over time, and I am here for it. Next up, Banshee's Wail. This is an augment. Minion skill. Reapers can now use Banshee's Wail periodically, dealing damage to nearby enemies and granting overshield to nearby allies. Damage increases apply to overshield granted to allies. Damaged enemies deal reduced damage for a duration. Next, Obedient Fiends. Passive, 5 points. Vex gains increased minion damage. Minion skills and command skills gain further increased damage. Next up, Spirit Bomb. Share your energy with me. Passive, 3 points. Reapers gain maximum health capacity and will release a Spirit Bomb remnant when they die, dealing damage of their elemental type to nearby enemies. I imagine that these Spirit Bombs have, like it says, an area of effect around them, so when it gets close, they'll just constantly deal damage to enemies that are around them before they basically explode. Ancient Rites. Passive, 5 points. Vex gains a stack of Ancient Rites for each of her active minions every second, increasing minion damage. Stacks are lost after a duration with no active minion. Next, Death Follows Closer. Passive, 3 points. Whenever Vex takes damage while at low health, spawn a Reaper nearby. Just spawn a Reaper. Next, what is that? Diner? Yeah, Diner. Passive, 1 point. Dead Ringer gains an additional charge, which means you'll have an additional minion you can have out. And then lastly, I think it's referring to her Charter passive Phase Covenant for prismatic weapons. Hold on. Bonus damage will be a random elemental type that changes on reload, and that is increased for each active attunement. But if we go back up to her actual passive, Vex is attuned to the elemental type of her current gun, converting all active skill and melee damage. No, I understand what you mean, but when I'm talking about putting points into both Blight attunement and burning, I'm not saying that they are both going to be, you are going to be doing both Blight and burning at the same time. I'm just saying that you'll be able to benefit from both of them at the same time whenever you switch to them. I probably should have been more specific. So if you switch to Blight, you'll be able to take advantage of that, but you won't. But if you were to switch to burning, you won't have to worry about not having access to the burning attunement simply because of the level cap increases. I know how the whole attunement thing works. I was just saying that with level cap increases, prismatic weapons is going to see magnificent returns, because when you benefit from the attunements that you already have, burning and blight, having a higher level means you can socket into those, get them to their maximum, and be able to take advantage of them while you're attuned, and then also take advantage of prismatic weaponry as well. That's what I meant. I should have been more clear. That's on me. I apologize for that. Next is the capstone for the Dead Ringer tree, and the last thing for this tree overall, Dark Pact. Vex can now equip 2 augments and gains the ability to use Dark Pact. Dark Pact. Press and hold ability while a minion is active to fully restore health of all phase clones, as well as granting increased movement speed and minion attack speed for a duration. Phase clones do not lose health over time while Dark Pact is active, and health loss is reset when Dark Pact ends. So that is the Dead Ringer tree. Now let's move on to the Incarnate tree. Well, yeah. Vexcalation. And the passive just stays the same. So going in there, we have Guns and Needles, passive 3 points. Kill skill, restores rep kit cooldown. Next, Volatile Essence, passive 5 points. Vex gains increased splash damage. Double this effect when an action skill is active. Leeching Attunement. This is another attunement skill, which can benefit from the prismatic weaponry, I believe. 5 points, passive. Attunement skill. While Vex is attuned to kinetic, she gains lifesteal and increased reload speed. These effects persist for a duration after attunement is switched. So even if you switch to a different element, you still get to take advantage of this leeching attunement for a short while afterwards, which can go hand in hand if you're trying to deal lifesteal and do a whole bunch of elemental damage, which will benefit you later on. Next, Grave Sights, passive 5 points. Kill skill. Vex gains increased critical hit damage and gun handling. This effect can stack. Next, Fiendish Invigoration, passive 5 points. When Vex uses a rep kit, she and her minions gain increased movement speed and fire rate for a duration. Next is an Augment, Geist Wave. Instead of causing a phase explosion, Vex launches a Geist Wave, dealing ordnance damage to enemies it passes through. Each affected enemy takes increased damage for a duration. Yet another debuff. Next is Bloodletter, passive 5 points. Gun and skill critical hits have a chance to apply Bleed, causing kinetic status effect damage over time for a duration. Bleed is affected by status effect application chance and is itself considered a status effect. This effect can stack. Bleed damage! Next is another Augment, Energy Vampire. Vex deals status effect damage to nearby enemies over time and gains overshield for each enemy affected. Kill skill. Killing an enemy while Incarnate is active will grant a stack of Energy Vampire, increasing status effect damage. Stacks are lost when Incarnate ends. This effect can stack. So I am more than likely going to spec specifically into this Vex escalation tree and get my hands on Leeching Attunement, get my hands on Bloodletter, and get my hands on Energy Vampire. The fact that this is an augment that you can have on means that you will constantly have this area of effect around you all the time. The last time we had something like this that was just passive was in Borderlands 3 with the red suit shield, which just put this field of radiation around you and did damage over time. However, it wasn't exactly a shield that people would be using all the time because not everyone is trying to get as close as they can to enemies unless they were trying to use a melee build. But the shield had its uses because not only were you applying regular status effect to people during Borderlands 3, but, the red radiation suit shield would essentially just give you that extra damage. But here, it is literally a passive, and whatever element you're attuned to, I had to find the right word. Whatever element you are attuned to, that'll be the field that's around you. So it's not going to be specific to radiation. It's not going to be specific to just one thing. It is whatever element you are currently attuned to. And it changes depending on your guns, which is fun. So if you got enemies that are resistant to the element you're using, just switch to another gun and that field around you will start applying that damage to them immediately. So if you have enemies that have shields, switch to a shock weapon. So not only are you shooting them, but if they get in close, their shields are going down anyway. And then when you're ready to take out their health, depending on what they're weak to, just switch to that element. That field will continue to damage them, along with you just killing them outright with guns. So it's basically a win-win situation. You're not only harming them when they get close to you, but you'll also have the benefit of, just using your guns to stack that damage as well. Next up, Grave Implements, passive 5 skill. Kill skill. Vex and her minions gain increased gun damage for a duration. So I see myself putting some points into Grave Implements as well. This effect can stack. Next, Channeling, passive 5 points. Vex gains increased action skill duration and attunement duration. Next, Material Components, passive 5 points. Vex gains increased kinetic damage and kinetic status effect damage. After that, passive, 3 points. Well, Grave Power, passive, 3 points. I almost missed the whole title there, my bad. Grave Power, passive, 3 points. Vex's kill skills gain increased max stacks. So I'm probably going to put some points into Grave Power as well so I can allow my stacks to last longer. Target, what is it? Prescience? How do you say that word? Target prescience. Target prescience. I want to hope that I'm saying that right. I'm just going to say it as is. Target prescience. Passive, 5 points. Vex's gun damage gains critical hit chance against any part of an enemy. Not just specifically the head or their weak point, just any part of their body. I might put a point into this one as well. Yeah, I might put a bunch of points in this as well. And that's the end of the first section. Onwards to Branch 1. Branch 1, Radiant Attunement. Sorry, I got the other one confused with radiation. I said burning, but I meant to say burning and corrosive in the Dead Ringer tree. This one is radiation. They're doing a lot of things with radiation in this game, I have to say. Radiant Attunement, passive, 5 points. Attunement skill. While Vex is attuned to radiation, she gains increased splash damage and maximum skill capacity. These effects persist for a duration after attunement is switched. Next is an augment, Iron Maiden. Phase Explosion and Eldritch Blast restore shield for each enemy hit and deal increased damage based on Vex's current shield. You got a big shield, doing big damage. Next, Conjunction. Junction, what's your function? Passive, 5 points. Vex gains increased gun damage the more full her shield and gains damage reduction the less full her health. Next is Dreadlight. Passive, 5 points. When Vex deals gun damage, there is a chance to spawn a radioactive hazard, dealing radiation damage over time. After that, Restorative Tonic. Passive, 3 points. When Vex uses a rep kit, she gains increased shield regeneration for a duration. Next, Full Moon. Passive, 5 points. Vex gains increased action skill cooldown rate and ordnance cooldown rate based on the fullness of her shield. I know for a fact I'm going to put some points into this as well. And I'll probably put some points into Dreadlight too. Just dealing gun damage, there's a chance to spawn a radioactive hazard dealing radiation damage over time. I feel like I might put some points into that too, because being able to create hazards would be very useful for crowds, especially in enclosed spaces. Next up, Havoc. Passive, 5 points. Vex gains increased radiation damage and radiation status effect damage. Wait, this is Branch 2? Did I not say Branch 2? What the? Okay, so they put Branch 1, and then they put Branch 3, and then Branch 2. I want to say that this is Branch 2 right here. Sorry. That threw me off, because I was saying, wait, I just went to Branch 1. But next is Desecration. That's the capstone for Branch 1. Phase Explosion and Eldritch Blast create hazards, dealing damage over time for a duration. Eldritch Blast is now homing. If it hits an airborne enemy, it bursts after a delay, dealing damage to other nearby enemies. And that's the end of Branch 1, onwards to Branch 2. It's not 3, it's 2. Drink Full. Passive, 5 points. Whenever Vex deals gun damage, she gains a stack of Drink Full, increasing her fire rate. Stacks of Drink Full are lost if a new stack has not been gained for a duration. This effect can stack. Next, Witchy Trigger Finger, an augment. Dealing damage with Eldritch Blast or Phase Explosion will fully refill ammo of Vex's current gun and grants a stack of Witchy Trigger Finger, increasing gun damage for a duration. Stacks of Witchy Trigger Finger persists even after Incarnate ends. This effect can stack. Interesting. I don't know if I'm gonna spec into this, but I'm willing to try some of these different skills to see which one meshes the best. Next, Keen Mind, 5 points. Vex's skill damage gains critical hit chance against any part of enemies. So, not only does she get a skill that makes it so that her gun damage has a chance of critically hitting against enemies anywhere on their body with target prescience, but also Keen Mind makes it so that her skills have a chance of doing critical against any part of an enemy itself. So I'm probably going to spec into that one as well. Drink some water before my throat gets all dry from all this talking. All right, let's keep going. Phase Pocket. Passive, 3 points. Vex gains increased magazine size and gun switch speed. Double this effect when an action skill is active. Mortal Terror. Passive, 5 points. Chance to activate kill skills when critically hitting enemies. Chance to activate kill skills when critically hitting enemies. A lot of us are used to chance to activate all kill skills when you... Wait a minute. What skill was from Zane's? What skill was from Zane's where if you had a chance of activating all of your kill skills all at once? Because it was either an ability he had, or it was an augment he got from one of his class mods. I'm trying to remember. Hold on, let me look this up. I need to look this up. I'm not going to use this one because it'll make things run slow. Okay, so the thing that's similar was Zane's Seeing Red passive. You must have the Seeing Red passive skill. Yeah, Seeing Red. Seeing Red for Zane. Skill automatically triggers all of your active kill skills whenever you use an action skill. You can then activate your kill skills consistently by repeatedly using an action skill such as the Mantis Cannon to re-trigger Seeing Red. So yeah, Seeing Red in his Hitman Blue Tree basically had this effect, but it was only for when you activated his action skill, which wasn't all the time because it was still subject to a cooldown. Here, Vex is capable of having a chance of activating them when critically hitting enemies. Now, mind you, it would be overpowered if she could do this every single time she critically hit an enemy. It would be too useful. So a chance seems a lot more lenient, a lot more acceptable from a dev standpoint. Next, Grave Elements, passive, 5 points. Kill skill, Vex and minions gain elemental damage for a duration. This effect can stack. And lastly, the last two ones is one passive and the other capstone. The capstone for branch 2 is Vibe Check. Eldritch Blast is now a charge skill. Activating Eldritch Blast consumes all charges to ricochet on hitting an enemy. Will ricochet once for each charge consumed. Eldritch Blast cooldown reduction from gun damage is doubled. And then the last passive for this tree is Strike Me Down. Whenever Vex would enter Fight for Your Life, she immediately gets a second wind, becomes invisible for a duration, and causes a phase explosion. That is a quick get out of jail free card for that moment for you to recenter yourself. I can see that being very, very useful. But that's the end of branch 2. Onwards to the last branch of the Incarnate tree, and then we can move on to Phase Familiar. After that, I gotta take the boys outside because I gotta take them outside. And then we'll move on to Rafa. Then we'll move on to Amon after that, and then lastly, Harlowe. Branch 3, Grave Vitality. Passive, 5 points. Kill skill, Vex gains increased maximum health capacity and health regeneration. This effect can stack. Augment, Grave Harvest. Kill skill, killing an enemy while Incarnate is active will spawn a soul orb that deals status effect damage over time to nearby enemies for a duration. Use at range to detonate a soul orb, dealing ordnance damage to nearby enemies. Picking up a soul orb will restore health and action skill duration. So if you're killing a whole bunch of enemies, you can resolve yourself to picking up these soul orbs. Mind you, we don't know how much of a duration is being regained back. But being able to pick up a soul orb to restore your health and the action skill duration, you can clear an entire room while your action skill is active, and that would just benefit you so much. It's like Guardian Angel, pretty much. Next is Ars Arcana. Passive, 5 points. Vex gains increased skill damage. Next, A Deeper Grave. Passive, 3 points. Vex's kill skills gained increased duration. Probably gonna spec into this. Yo, Stevester! Look at you! Thank you, Stevester. Awesome stuff, bro. Thank you, Stevester. Thank you for being a member for 10 months. Borderlands is great. Yes, it is. Thank you, Stevester, for being a member overall. But yeah, I'm definitely excited. Yo! Stevester coming in for the super chat. I gotta clap for you again, my friend. Thank you. Thank you. But, yeah, you're welcome, bro. Thank you. So, we're going over the skills of all the characters thus far, and I don't need these headphones anymore because we're already done looking at the gameplay video, so I can take these off and have them charge up because I'm going to watch a movie later. And catch up on all the other videos I have in my other tabs. But, we have A Deeper Grave. 3 points, passive. Vex kill skills gain increased duration. I know for a fact I'm going to put a point into this because kill skills that last longer are kill skills that benefit me greater while I'm in a fight. Next, Bloodshot. Passive, 5 points. When Vex uses a rep kit, her next gunshot will become a Bloodshot, converting damage dealt into kinetic damage and dealing bonus damage based on her current health. Next, Essence Leech. Passive, 5 points. Vex gains lifesteal. Double this effect when an action skill is active. So, mind you, going through this, while her action skill is active, let's see here, Vibe Check, Eldritch Blast, Incarnate. While all of these effects are active, let's see which is active. Phase Explosion and Eldritch Blast creates hazards. Yeah, these are some wild skills. Let's see what benefits. Essence Leech a lot more. Kill skill, augment. Geist Wave can benefit from this. Energy Vampire can benefit from this. But then again, that is also no, that's a passive. So these augments can benefit from it as well. I wanted to double check over the skills of Incarnate. And skills that can make it so that you can stay in Incarnate longer. I was seeing if there's anything like that. Action skill. Ah, there it is. So channeling will benefit for Essence Leech. Channeling will benefit from it. Let's see. Channeling. Full Moon will benefit. Desecration, I believe, will benefit from it as well. I feel like Mortal Terror will benefit from this as well. Will benefit from this as well. But this is also going to be something that Whoa! Gamer Chris, welcome! We got a brand new member, ladies and gentlemen! We gotta clap them all! Nice, everybody! Hello! Thank you! I appreciate it, thank you. I feel like Well, know what? No, I'm gonna keep that to myself. I'm gonna keep it to myself. Thank you. I appreciate it. You will not be disappointed, but let's continue on. So we got Essence Leech, and like I said, I'm going to check on the boys after I'm done here, because that way we can focus on Face Familiar. They've already eaten their lunch, so they're good to go, but I do need to take them outside to make sure that they are completely empty before family gets back from what they're doing. So that's Essence Leech. Vex gains lifesteal, double the lifesteal when an active action skill is active, and there's plenty of ways to increase the duration of your action skill. So next is the capstone for the Incarnate tree, which is Heart Piercer. Eldritch Blast now sacrifices health on use, but becomes a piercing wave. Enemies hit take damage, and allies hit restore health. Gain bonus damage and healing based on sacrifice health. Eldritch Blast no longer has a cooldown. And then lastly, requires a point into Essence Leech. Passive, Blood is Power. Vex gains bonus kinetic damage with guns based on her current lifesteal when her health is full. And that is the end of the Incarnate tree. Next, we're going to move over to the Phase Familiar with Here Comes Trouble. You guys can get like a really good look at this tree real quick. Let me check on both Kenzo and Denim. Let me make sure that both of their systems are completely clear. And then we'll come back, work on this Phase Familiar tree for Vex, and then we'll move on to Rafa, and we'll just continue on from there until we cover everybody. Thank you for your patience. Thank you, Stevester, and thank you, Gamer Chris, for becoming a member. So wonderful. But I'll be right back. Let me check on the boys. And let me hit the right button. I am back, and I just want to say how grateful I am for all of you being patient. Let's see, gonna make a giant cat OP. Welcome back, Kitty. Good to see you again. We have another member that just got added on. That's fantastic. You missed the wonderfulness. But now it's time. Boys are good. They've been outside. They're good to go. Now it's time to move on to the last skill tree for Vex. Then we'll move on to Rafa. So, this is the Here Comes Trouble tree. So first up, this is the Phase Familiar. This is the one where you have the cat following you everywhere. Now, let me just, because I tried to do a little bit of running. Let me calmly breathe so that way I don't get out of breath while I'm speaking. And I'll cut out this long pause and post so that anyone who watches this later on, you can just go straight into the next section. First up in the Here Comes Trouble tree is Grave Sustenance. Passive, 5 points. Kill skill, restore percentage of action skill duration. So, remember when I was just talking about Essence Leech and which skills would benefit from it for action skills and stuff like that? One of the first trees in the Phase Familiar tree for Here Comes Trouble literally makes it so that you restore a percentage of your action skill duration with a skill, with a kill. It restores it. So you're benefiting from Essence Leech, which gives you lifesteal, and that is doubled while you're using an action skill. You also benefit from this where, with a kill skill, you're constantly restoring a percentage of your action skill every time. So that gives you more benefits for Essence Leech, allowing you to lifesteal even more for the entire duration of whichever skill you're using. I know I'm going to be using the Incarnate skill, so I feel like Grave Sustenance is very necessary, so I can use Incarnate longer. So this is going to see immediate returns if you spec into this one first. Well, if you spec into this one as your first set of skills to spec into. And I love the fact that skills from other trees benefit you. It's not like, oh, you're just using one skill tree, you're just benefiting from that. No, it's all the other ones as well. It's not like you only have one action skill, one skill tree that's active, and you have to toggle it in order to benefit something else. No, what I love is the fact that I can have points into the Incarnate tree, but have a point into either the Dead Ringer or this Here Comes Trouble tree, and I can still benefit from it because I just love that. I just love the fact that I'm seeing all this stuff that I can benefit from now. I'm already thinking of ideas of how to build my Vex. But Grave Sustenance, necessary. I'm saying it right now. It's absolutely necessary. Because there's nothing better than a passive skill that makes it so you can continuously use your action skill longer, on top of having action skills that make it so that you can restore it faster when it runs out. Next, Enchantment. Passive, 5 points. Vex gains bonus kinetic damage with guns while her action skill is active. Yet another one that is probably going to be for my Incarnate build as well, because this one has perks as well, so I'm probably going to get this too. Blood is Magic. Passive, 5 points. Vex deals increased action skill damage the higher her health. If you're constantly regenerating your health, regenerating even more while your Incarnate skill is active because of Essence Leech from the Vexcalation tree, then you are benefiting greatly with Blood as Magic because you will deal increased action skill damage the higher your health. It just works. Unlike Todd Howard's games, this actually works. Hasty Fiends, passive, 3 points. Vex and her minions gain increased movement speed and damage reduction. This can also go quite well with the Dead Ringer, so that way your minions can last longer and move faster. I just love how all of this can just synergize with each other. The more I think of it, the more it's like everything just falls into place, and it's wonderful. Grave Command, passive, 3 points. Kill skill, restore percentage of Trouble's command skill cooldown and respawn cooldown. So if you're speccing into the Trouble tree, you're going to want to get this skill, because that means that Trouble's going to be coming back to you sooner. Now, I know, of course, as soon as people get max level, then comes into mind the thought of optimizing. So some of these skills may seem good going in to get you in the door, but at some point, we're probably going to have to look through about respeccing just in case some skills are not as beneficial, don't have as many returns, and which ones would be way more optimized for us to have for our particular builds overall. You know, before we start looking to other people, other YouTubers to see what type of builds they have and build for themselves, always experiment with your skills and augments and everything before you start looking to someone else to see how they're doing things, and then you just replicate that. It's always good to test stuff out. Violent Outburst, Augment. Command skill. Press and hold action skill to command Trouble to explode himself, dealing ordnance damage to all nearby enemies and restoring health to Vex. While Phase Familiar is active, sacrifice a percentage of his max health capacity instead. Next, Overprotective. Passive, 5 points. Kill skill. Vex and her minions gain Overshield. So, let's just go through all the kill skills that we have witnessed. And mind you, there's a skill in Incarnate that makes it so that you have a chance of triggering her kill skills when you critically hit an enemy. So when you critically hit an enemy, you have a chance of activating Overprotective, you have a chance of activating Grave Command, you have a chance of activating Grave Sustenance. All these different skills that trigger on kills can trigger on critical hit, have a chance of triggering on critical hits as well. So that's cool. Blink Strike, Augment, Command Skill. Press and hold action skill to command Trouble to Blink Strike target enemy, dealing damage. Blink Strike always critically strikes enemies who have less than 50% of their health. I'm just thinking, because if we go back over to the Vexcalation tree, let's see here. There was a skill here that increased our critical damage. Ah, yes, Vex gains increased critical, but this is just Vex. It's not Vex and her minions. Vex gain and her minions gain gun damage. Let me see. Which one? Gain increased stacks, need grave power. Where is it? I know I just saw a skill here where minions can benefit greatly for melee damage as well, because that's actually in the Dead Ringer tree. I think I need to go over to the Dead Ringer tree because Trouble will benefit from, let's see, kill skill, Vex and her minions restore health. So Trouble will benefit from Sanguine Fiends. Fell Inscriptions, Trouble will benefit from that as well. Portents of Suffering, Trouble will benefit from this as well. Blood Sacrifice, Trouble counts as a minion, so if Trouble dies, then Blood Sacrifice will activate your kill skills whenever Trouble dies. So, let's see. Grave Fiends, Trouble will benefit from that. Increased damage overall. Prismatic Eker, Trouble will benefit from that too. Let me see here. There was another one here. Obedient Fiends gains increased minion damage. Minion skills and command skills gain further increased damage. Trouble will benefit from this too. Let's see. Ancient Rites for each of her active minions every second. Oh, family's calling. Give me a sec. Ah, gotta love family. All right. So much chaos. That's so me. I always restart my skills. Yeah, but Kitty also so much power. Yeah, there's so much. So many of these skills that Trouble's going to benefit from. Ancient Rites gains a stack of Ancient Rites for each of her active minions every second, increasing minion damage. Stacks are lost after a duration with no active minion. So here's the thing. You can have Trouble out. That counts as a minion, which means that Ancient Rites will always be active as long as you have Trouble out. Think about it. See, you can have your regular minions out, but if you have this skill from Dead Ringer, Trouble will benefit from it, meaning ever increasing damage for Trouble as long as Trouble is out. And if you're not the type of individual to spec into making it so that your minions die often, then you'll be taking advantage of Ancient Rites a lot of the time. Oh, family's back already. Goodness, that was fast. Let's see. Equip 2 augments. Dark Pact. All right. All right, let's go back to the tree. Let's go back to the tree and back where I left off. Let's see. Or Protective Blink Strike. Yowl. Here it is. So, next one. Yowl and Bay. Passive. 5 points. Vex's minions gain increased maximum health capacity. Vex gains increased gun damage for a duration after commanding Trouble. Morning. Passive. 5 points. Vex's kill skills gained increased effectiveness. So not only do we have a kill skill that makes it so that it has increased duration, how her kill skills gain increased stacks, but Morning gives it so that her kill skills are even more effective. So going through all her kill skills, she's going to be able to deal even more damage, do even more, be even more powerful because of Morning. Next, Claw and Bang. Passive, 5 points. Vex and her minions gained increased melee damage and ordnance damage. Next, Overheal, 3 points. While Vex has Overshield, she and her minions gain health regeneration. There's a lot of skills in both the two previous trees that we've gone through that give Vex essential health regeneration or just straight up increase your health even further. So while in the beginning it may seem like you're squishy, there's a lot of skills to make it so that you can last during a fight. Next is Vorpal Fiends. Passive, 5 points. Vex and her minions gain critical hit damage. And that's the end of the initial tree for Here Comes Trouble. Now we begin with Branch 1. Ice Attunement. Passive, 5 points. Attunement kill skill. While Vex is attuned to Cryo, killing an enemy restores ammo and ordnance cooldown. Effects persist for a duration after attunement is activated. And next is an augment. Hexus Nexus. Trouble now taunts enemies, making them more likely to target him. Command skill. Press and hold action skill to command Trouble to change target enemy, dealing melee damage in a radius on impact and creating a singularity for a duration. Next is Blast Rights, passive, 5 points. Whenever Vex uses an ordnance, she gains Overshield and also gains increased fire rate for a duration. Next is Overspirited, passive, 5 points. Kill skill. Killing an enemy with ordnance damage or an action skill will spawn an explosive remnant that deals cryo ordnance damage to nearby enemies. Explosive remnant, I've flubbed on that so hard, sorry about that. Explosive remnant gains increased damage based on overkill damage. How did I overlook this one? How did I overlook this one? Next, Blasted Fiends. Passive, 5 points. Vex gains increased ordnance damage. A perfect of Vex's ordnance damage increases minion damage, or is it supposed to be percentage? Is it supposed to be percentage? A percentage of Vex's ordnance damage increases minion damage. Yo, Courier, it's good to see you. Welcome. We're going over the skills of each character of Borderlands 4 in anticipation for its eventual release, which is very soon. Next skill, Corporeal. Passive, 3 points. Vex and her minions gain increased maximum overshield capacity and overshield duration. While Vex has overshield, she and her minions gained increased damage dealt. Mind you, you already have a skill where while Vex has overshield, she has health regeneration. And of course, you have a straight up kill skill where you just gain overshield. So when you get corporeal, you get maximum overshield capacity and overshield duration, and you deal increased damage just from killing enemies. So that's already making you a lot more sustainable in a fight because of the overshields. Next, Shiver, passive, 5 points. Vex gains increased cryo damage and cryo status effect damage. And then the capstone for branch 1 is Trouble Bubble. Trouble now gains overshields whenever he deals damage. While Phase Familiar is active, Trouble gains an elemental aura, dealing ordnance damage over time to nearby enemies. So not only does Trouble gain an overshield, which you already gain if you get that kill skill, but Trouble also gains it whenever he deals damage. So that continues to stack. And then if you incorporate Corporeal, that increases your maximum overshield capacity and the damage Trouble deals while he has overshield. But this one makes it so that not only does he do increased damage, not only does he gain an extra shield, not only does it make it so that every time he deals damage, he gives himself more shields, but also this makes it so he has an elemental aura around him that deals damage over time to enemies that are in close proximity. So that makes it easier for the kill skill to proc, it makes it easier for the overshield to proc, and it makes it easier for this capstone to constantly kill enemies. And mind you, I'm getting kinda hyped by saying this. We still don't know how it's going to function, how viable it's going to be in endgame, but so many skills together make this one particular capstone seem like it's going to be very sustainable. And I say seem because we don't know how things are going to work out in the long run. We also need to incorporate just in case there's any nerfs to stuff, because that has happened. That has happened for Borderlands before, where certain things have gotten nerfed because they are just way too strong. We've seen that with the conference call. We saw that with the B shield. We saw that with quite a few items in Borderlands 3 as well. I can't remember for the life of me which each one was. But, I mean, you were still kind of OP even when they stopped doing updates for the game. You were still kind of OP for the end of it. But there's just so much potential for you to be pretty much most mostly overpowered, even greater than that of Borderlands 3. And I've given you guys examples. You guys seen my different play files, you see my different characters I've had, and all of them just mow through everybody. All of them. Even after they were done making updates, simply because all the stuff they had just synergized with each other. The pieces of gear that you could have just synergized with each other and just made it so it was just so easy to take enemies out, and you would just mow through everyone. Here, it looks to be even crazier than Borderlands 3. But that is Branch 1. Onwards to Branch 2. Elemental Essence. 5 points. Passive. Vex gains increased elemental damage. Double this effect when an action skill is active. Next is Augment. Vorpalfang. Trouble gains a chance to critically hit with all attacks. Command skill. Press and hold action skill to command Trouble to summon phase daggers overhead that fire at nearby enemies, dealing melee damage on impact. Next, Keen Fiends. Passive. 5 points. Minion damage gains critical hit chance against any part of enemies. So not only does Vex get a skill that makes it so that she has a chance of critically hitting enemies anywhere instead of just their weak point, Trouble now gets it as well. So you both benefit. Not only that, but Vorpalfang stacks with this. Sorry, buddy, gotta go. I've got some cleaning up to do. Anime Gamers, perfectly alright. I just want to say what an honor and a privilege it was to have you here. We've heard so much about you and how wonderful you are from Hybrid, and I just want to say thank you for tuning in. Look forward to the next time you're available to check out anything else I'm doing, or whenever. Hey, it's whenever. But thank you for stopping by. You enjoy the rest of your day. So not only with Vorpalfang the Augment can Trouble gain a chance to critically hit with all attacks, but also gain increased hit chance against any part of an enemy just overall. So these two just go hand in hand too. But you're also sacrificing an Augment spot in order to get Vorpalfang. So we still need to see just how viable all of this stuff is. Like I said, I know it sounds like I'm hyping all this stuff up because of its latent potential, but at the same time, it's the execution that we need to see on how well everything will just mesh together. Next, Infernal Sum. Passive. 5 points. Vex and her minions deal increased critical hit damage to enemies who have less than a set percentage of their health. This is definitely going to be useful. Sacrificial Essence. 5 points. Kill skill. Vex and her minions gain increased damage dealt, but Vex also gains increased damage taken for a duration. A little bit of give and take there. Stacks are lost when Vex dodges or enters fight for your life. This effect can stack. Something was right there on my whim type there, but I'm good. Reawakening. Passive. 5 points. Whenever Vex or her minions critically hit, there is a chance to restore action skill cooldown. I don't need to tell you just how useful action skill cooldown is for certain things like this. I don't need to tell you. Tail Whip. Passive. Trouble gains the ability to Tail Whip, dealing damage in an area over 2 hits. And then Capstone for the Branch 2. Double Trouble. Trouble now gains a chance to create an illusion near the enemy when dealing damage. Critical hits have double that chance. Illusions become bad A's while Phase Familiar is active. So you could have a Tale of Two Kitties out. But that's the end of Branch 2. Onwards to Branch 3. Shocking Attunement. Passive. 5 points. Attunement skill. While Vex is attuned to shock, she gains increased movement speed and gun damage while moving. Effects persist for a duration after attunement is switched. Beast Mode Augment. Command skill. Press and hold action skill to command Trouble to enter Beast Mode, becoming immune to damage and gaining increased minion attack speed and movement speed for a duration. Kill skill. Extends Beast Mode's duration. So, not only can you make Trouble go into a berserker state, Trouble also becomes immune. Let me say this again. Okay, let me take my glasses off. Let me take my glasses off. Trouble can enter into a beast mode state, become completely immune to damage, and gain increased minion attack speed and movement speed for duration. And when you kill enemies, that extends the duration for the beast mode. Let me put this into layman's terms. Let me put this into a too long didn't read. You can gain an immortal cat that will kill everything. And as it's killing everything, and as you're killing everything, and as Trouble's killing everything, you extend how long it's immortal. This is ridiculous, but it's also beautiful. Grave Current, passive, 5 points. Kill skill, Vex's minions gain bonus shock damage. This effect can stack. Next, Dead Wire. When Vex deals, passive, 5 points. When Vex deals gun damage, there is a chance to spawn a spark remnant that will seek out a nearby enemy and explode, dealing shock minion damage to other nearby enemies. Grave Thirst, passive, 5 points. I don't need to say next all the time. I could just move on to the next one. You guys have eyes. You can follow along. Grave Thirst, passive, 5 points. Kill skill. Vex and her minions gain lifesteal for a duration. This effect can stack. I don't know. Amon slowly losing first place. Ain't it difficult when you start looking at these skills and seeing their skills in action? It was tricky for me at first because I was willing to say, hey, Vex, Rafa, because that's all the gameplay that we got. Then when we got gameplay for Amon, it was Vex, then Amon. And then it was like, oh, we don't know anything about Harlowe. It's getting kind of tricky to decide who your second character is going to be. Then Harlowe came out, and she instantly jumped to being my number 2 character that I'm going to play after Vex. Instantly. Amon will be after her, and then lastly will be Rafa. Specifically in that order. Vex, Harlowe, Amon, Rafa. And all of this is being said before we even know who the DLC Vault Hunters are going to be. But that's just how that's just how difficult it is. This is just me going through Vex's skill tree. We still have Rafa, we have Amon, and we have Harlowe. We're going to cover them all today. But Grave Thirst, passive, 5 points. Kill skill, Vex, kill skill. Vex and her minions gain lifesteal for a duration. Mind you, Trouble ain't got to worry about this too much because with Beast Mode, he becomes immortal! But then again, it doesn't say that it automatically refills Trouble's health. It just says that it just makes Trouble immune to damage. So this will probably be useful just in case the duration expires. At least you'll be able to have Trouble at full health so that when you activate Beast Mode, you can go back to making Trouble immune, basically invincible. I'm gonna call it, we'll have a witch skin for Vex. They showed some headpieces for Vex when it showed Vex's customization in her video, but we'll have to see. If she has like a witch's hat, then that'll probably work well for those who want to spec into the Trouble tree. Infusion, I was about to say next again. Infusion, passive, 5 points. When Vex uses a rep kit, she and her minion gain bonus damage with guns and melee damage for duration. The bonus damage's elemental type is based on Vex's currently equipped attunement. And then we reach the bottom of the tree, and then we're done with Vex. Storm Blessed, passive, 5 points. Vex gains increased shock damage and shock status effect damage. And lastly, the final capstone for Vex overall. Unsealed. Trouble will now mark his current target, causing them to take increased gun damage from Vex. Kill skill. When a marked enemy is killed, Trouble gains a stack of Unsealed for a duration, granting health regeneration and increased damage. While Phase Familiar is active, Unsealed effects are doubled. So let me just put this into perspective for you guys. I had to take my glasses off again. This is a capstone that benefits Trouble greatly. Gain a stack of Unsealed for a duration when a marked enemy is killed. Grants health regeneration for Trouble. increased damage for Trouble, and this effect is doubled while the phase familiar is active. So that's already, you already got Trouble already out. So you already benefit from Unsealed. So then we go back up to Beast Mode, which is an augment that can stack with this capstone. Trouble enters Beast Mode, becoming immune to damage, increase minion attack speed and movement speed for a duration. Kill skill extends the Beast Mode's duration. So you can stack Beast Mode with Unsealed. You can have Tail Whip so that Trouble can use Tail Whip. You can have Sacrificial Essence where minions do increased damage. You can have Reawakening where minions critically hit and there's a chance to restore action skill cooldown. You can have Infernal Sum where minions can deal increased critical hit damage to enemies who have less than a set percentage of their health. You can have Keen Fiends where minion damage gains critical hit chance against any part of an enemy. You can have Corporeal where Trouble can have maximum overshield capacity and overshield duration. And when Vex has overshield, her minion has increased damage dealt. So that benefits as well. You can have Claw and Bang where minions gain increased melee damage and ordnance damage. Kill skills gain increased effectiveness, so that stacks as well. Overheal gives Vex overshield and minions gain health regeneration. And Vorpal Fiends gives Trouble critical hit damage. Overprotective puts an overshield just straight over Trouble, so that benefits too. You can get Grave Command where a percentage of Trouble's command skill cooldown and respawn cooldown is restored. Grave Sustenance restores a percentage of action skill cooldown. Hasty Fiends also stacks with Beast Mode because Beast Mode already makes it so that Trouble's fast. Hasty Fiends makes that even more so and also reduces the damage towards not just Vex but also Trouble as well. So all of these things benefit each other. All of them. But those are all the skills of Vex. Those are all the skills of Vex. Dead Ringer, Incarnate, and Phase Familiar. And they all show incredible potential. All of them. All of them show incredible potential. Now, it's time for us to look at the other Vault Hunters. We already looked at Vex. Time for us to check out Rafa. This one is for you, Hybrid. Rafa the Ex-Soldier. And we're just going to go right down to the skill tree itself. So, looking at his skills and his, special trait, Exo-Soldier Vault Hunter trait, Overdrive. Whenever Rafa activates an action skill, he enters Overdrive. While an action skill is active, Overdrive's duration does not decrease. While Overdrive is active, Rafa gains increased movement speed and deals increased damage with all sources. So now let's get into the skill tree of Rafa. So, the action skills for Rafa is Apophis Lance. People Person skill tree. Equip Rafa's Apophis Lance, an offhand arm cannon that decreases Rafa's gun handling but allows him to fire piercing shock ordnance blast. Any unused charges when Apophysis Lance ends are converted into action skill cooldown. Meaning, in short terms, if you don't use all your shots from your lance, those get refunded back into your cooldown so that you have less to wait for your action skill to become active again. If you don't fire it as often, you'll have more cooldown waiting for you. Your cooldown will be lessened. Press action skill to fire a piercing shock ordnance blast at enemies and consume a charge, or hold action skill to charge up Rafa's Apophis Lance for increased damage, projectile size, and projectile speed at the cost of unused charges. Next up, Peacebreaker Cannons. Remote Agent skill tree. Rafa equips shoulder-mounted Peacebreaker Cannons which fire at enemies in front of him for a duration, dealing kinetic gun damage. Rafa can end Peacebreaker cannons early, partially refunding action skill cooldown. And then lastly is Arc Knives, this year's gimmick skill tree. Rafa puts down his guns and equips his Arc Knives, blades that deal melee damage and mark enemies whenever they damage them, causing them to take increased damage for every mark on them. Rafa can perform melee attacks with Rafa's Arc Knives, dash forward and perform a shock melee attack, and unleash Rafa's Blade Fury, which deals shock damage to all marked enemies and ends the skill. So, these are all the skills of Rafa. Let's get into his first tree, People Person! And of course, this is what his skill tree looks like, for all of you who want to, view it for yourself. Rinse! Passive, 5 points. Rafa gains increased reload speed. Las Yaras! Passive, 5 points. Overdrive skill. Rafa regenerates ammo while overdrive is active. We got a character who can regenerate their ammunition. Mind you, I believe Vex had one as well, but it wasn't this potent. The Thrill. Passive, 5 points. Overdrive skill. Rafa gains increased fire rate, which is increased even further while overdrive is active. When I say fire rate, I slurred that, sorry. Rafa gains increased fire rate, which is increased even further while overdrive is active. Preparado. Passive, requires a point in Rinse, 5 points. Whenever Rafa reloads his current gun, he gains increased action skill cooldown rate. This effect can stack. When you reload, you gain increased action skill cooldown. Not when you kill. Got a dip, catch up later. Thank you, Kitty, for stopping by. I greatly appreciate you, all that you do. Thank you for being here. I'll see you in my next session. So, this skill stacks with Rinse because, here's the thing. We don't get many skills where your action skill cooldown is decreased whenever you reload a gun. We don't get those. So this is new. Sangre por sangre. Whenever Rafa consumes an Apophis Lance charge, he gains increased action skill cooldown rate. So this is an augment for increased action skill cooldown. Preparado is another one. He gains increased action skill cooldown rate. This bonus is increased for every Apophis Lance charge consumed. So the more you use your Apophis Lance before it ends, you gain even more action skill cooldown. Let's see. Pa Dentro. Passive, 5 points. Activating an active action skill grants Rafa health regeneration. Battery subscription service. Augment. Apophis Lance gains an additional charge. Additionally, whenever Rafa consumes a set minimum number of charges, he gains increased action skill potency. Arriba! Passive, kill skill. Whenever Rafa kills an enemy, he gains increased ordnance cooldown rate. This is going to be great for him because ordnance are your big guns that no longer feed from an ammo pool, but it has like a set cooldown for how often you can use it. This for Rafa, if you intend to use ordnance, is going to be very beneficial. First impression. Passive, 5 points. The first shot fired from a fully loaded magazine gains increased damage. Al Centro. Passive, 5 points. Overdrive skill. Rafa gains increased gun handling and action skill handling while overdrive is active. The longer overdrive has been active, the greater the bonus. Metal Management. Passive, 1 point. Whenever Rafa activates or re-triggers an action skill, his gun consumes no ammo. That's gonna be fun. Abajo. Passive, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Passive requires a point in Arriba, 5 points. Whenever Rafa throws a grenade, he gains increased action. Alright, I'm back, everybody. Got my food right here, but thankfully, it's a nice cool chicken wrap, so I can kind of take my time, but I will be eating it. Okay, now he definitely reminds me of Salvador, the fact that he can regenerate his own ammo. Yeah, it's kind of like that, but not exactly as potent as Salvador's. So we already read through Abaro. Whenever Rafa passive requires a point in Arriba, 5 points. Whenever Rafa throws a grenade, he gains increased action skill cooldown rate. That's the first big major space for him. Next is branch 1. Brain Dump. Passive. 5 points. Overdrive skill. Rafa gains critical hit chance with his guns while overdrive is active. Then we have Ohoroho. Augment. Apophis Lance gains critical hit chance. Whenever Rafa damages an enemy with Apophis Lance, he gains further increased critical hit chance. Conductivo. Passive. 5 points. Rafa gains increased status effect chance and also gains further increased shock chance. Then we have El Catrin. Passive. 5 points. Whenever Rafa slides, his action skill deals bonus shock damage, and he also deals increased critical hit damage. Awe. Passive. 1 point. Whenever Rafa shocks an enemy, all shots fired at that enemy are critical hits. They really want you to lean into like the shock angle of Rafa. Then we have Project either Raiju or Ryu. But I'm going to say Project Raiju. Project Raiju. Capstone. Apophis Lance is now a close-range shocking taser. Pressing and holding action skill causes Rafa to deal shock damage in an arc in front of him. The longer Rafa holds this attack, the greater damage it deals. And then lastly, Fiesta. Passive. 5 points. Whenever Rafa applies a status effect, his action skills consume no duration, and Apophis Lance consumes no charges. Whenever he applies a status effect, his action skills consume no duration? Hold on! Wait, this is every time? Whenever Rafa applies a status effect, his action skills consume no duration, Apophis Lance consumes no charges. Every time? Okay, Fiesta. But that's the end of branch 1. Branch 2. Drone Defense. Passive. 5 points. Whenever Rafa activates an ordnance, spawns storm gliders, and I believe that it's meant to be storm gliders. Storm gliders that hover near him. As he takes damage, transfers some of it to his storm gliders. Once the storm glider receives too much damage, it explodes, dealing corrosive splash damage to nearby enemies. Gibistruct Module. Augment. Whenever Rafa kills an enemy with his Apophis Lance, spawn a free grenade on that enemy. If Rafa has a grenade equipped, spawn a copy of that grenade instead. So when you kill an enemy with this augment active, you will drop a live grenade where they died, and that will just take them out. Now, mind you, it's not like it triggers every single time an enemy dies from that grenade explosion, but every single time you kill an enemy with an Apophis Lance. However, if you kill multiple enemies in close proximity to each other with the Apophis Lance, that is multiple live grenades being dropped all at once. El Soldado. Passive. 5 points. Overdrive skill. Rafa gains increased gun damage while overdrive is active. This bonus is doubled while Rafa is charging Apophis Lance. The Right Tools. Passive. 5 points. Rafa gains increased ordnance damage after reloading his gun. This bonus stacks. Passive. Detonation. Not to be confused with regular detonation. This is debt, as in you're in debt. Detonation. Passive. 5 points. Whenever Rafa damages an enemy with an action skill, place a remote detonator on that enemy. Remote detonators gain increased damage and increased splash damage for every remote detonator on an enemy. Remote detonators automatically explode after a delay or whenever the enemy they're attached to dies. Ordnance override. Detonate all remote detonators. So put this into perspective. You're using Apophis Lance, and you use it and it passes through multiple enemies or it hits multiple enemies all at once. Now, because of this passive detonation, they all have remote detonators on them. And they will all blow up at some point. Drone Assault. Passive. Requires a point in drone defense. 1 point. Whenever Rafa triggers or re-triggers an action skill, send one of his storm gliders at an enemy in his view. Once it arrives, it explodes in a corrosive explosion equal to its remaining health. And this is the capstone for Branch 2. Project Basilisk. Up capstone. Apophis Lance. Apophis, not apophysis. Apophis. Apophis Lance now fires a corrosive glob that leaves a corrosive hazard and splits into several smaller projectiles whenever it detonates. The more charges Apophis Lance consumes at once, the more it splits. Now for Branch 3. Jacques. Passive, 5 points. I really hope I said that right. I probably didn't. Whenever Rafa damages an enemy with a skill, he gains a stack of Jacques. For every stack of Jacques, he gains increased overdrive bonuses. Whenever overdrive ends, he loses all stacks. That's to be expected from a skill like this. Augment. Engorged Boar. Apophis Lance gains increased projectile radius and projectile speed. Project Gorgon gains increased number of chains. And then we have La Garza. Passive, 5 points. Overdrive skill. Rafa gains increased gun handling and action skill handling while overdrive is active. Mate. Passive, requires 5 points. This one requires 5 points into Jacques, or Jackie. However you want to say it. I really hope I'm saying it right. Please forgive me. This one requires 5 points. Not just 1, but 5. 5 points. When overdrive ends, convert all Jackie stacks or Jacques stacks into mate stacks. Into mate stacks. Gained increased action skill cooldown rate for every stack of mate. Once Rafa's action skill is readied, lose all stacks of mate. Deadline. Passive, 5 points. Overdrive skill. Rafa gains increased fire rate and increased reload speed while overdrive is active. Project Gorgon, and this is the capstone for this skill tree. Well, for this particular branch. Project Gorgon. Apophis Lance is now a laser that passes through enemies, dealing incendiary damage. Pressing and holding action skill causes the laser to deal increased damage and chain to more enemies as it consumes charges. And final passive for this particular skill tree, Per My Last. Passive, 5 points. Whenever Rafa deals damage with an action skill to an enemy, he gains a chance to deal that damage again. You gain a chance for that same amount of damage you gain a chance for double attack. When you hit and deal damage with an action skill to an enemy, you have a chance for it to trigger again by itself without you hitting them. That's beautiful. But that is the people person tree. Onwards to remote agent. Sitiar, passive, 5 points. Rafa gains increased gun damage. Deft Hands, passive, 5 points. Rafa and his Peacebreaker cannons gain increased fire rate. Shield Barriest. Yeah, Shield Barriest. Passive, 5 points. Overdrive skill. Rafa gains increased shield recharge rate and improved shield regen delay while overdrive is active. Okay. What is this? Uerga? Yeah, Uerga. Passive, 5 points. I really hope these words are not profanity words in Spanish. Please don't let them be, because I don't know, and I don't know. Please don't let them be any profanity words, please. Passive, 5 points. Whenever Rafa critically hits an enemy, action skill duration is restored. Incinto. Augment. Rafa's Peacebreaker cannons gain increased critical hit chance. Pressing action skill while Peacebreaker cannons are active causes them to double their critical hit chance and gain increased critical hit damage, while also causing his action duration to drain faster. Kill skill. Killing an enemy causes Rafa to restore action skill duration while also causing his action skill duration to drain faster. Field repair. So it's really a give and take with this particular skill all on its own. Field repairs. Passive, 3 points. Whenever Rafa activates an action skill, he restores a portion of his maximum shield capacity. If his shields are already full, he gains overshield instead. Bullet Buddy Deluxe. Augment. While Peacebreaker cannons are active, Rafa and his allies regen ammo in their magazine. Rafa's Peacebreaker cannons deal bonus incendiary damage based on how full his gun is, and his turrets shoot exploding bullets. Shoot exploding bullets while his magazine is full. Pressing action skill while Peacebreaker cannons are active causes Rafa's shots to consume no ammo, but causes his action skill duration to drain faster. Anime Gamer would know just what's being said. Oh, okay. I want to assume that I'm not saying anything either offensive or, profanity laden in Spanish. I want to say that that's not what's happening here. See ya! Passive, 5 points. Kill skill. Killing an enemy restores shields based on Rafa's maximum health capacity. Resiliencia. Passive, 5 points. Overdrive skill. Rafa gains increased damage reduction while overdrive is active. Maestro. Passive, 3 points. Rafa gains increased skill damage. Venganza. Passive, 1 point. Whenever Rafa's shield break after being fully recharged, spawn a free grenade. If he has a grenade equipped, use that grenade instead. El Valiente. Passive, 3 points. Rafa deals increased damage from all sources. The fuller Rafa's shields are, the greater the bonus. While Rafa's shields are at maximum capacity, double the bonus. Alright, so this is yet another character that has a lot of skills that make it so that your sustainability and, longevity during the fight. Nope, you're all good. Thank you, Anime Gamer. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, I'm so happy. Because I don't curse. I don't use profanity of any kind. I speak cleanly. So thank you for reassuring me. Because I was going to second guess myself every single time I read something in Spanish. But thank you. That's the end of the first main thing. Now we move on to branch 1. Hell in a Shell. Augment. Pressing action skill while Peacebreaker cannons are active causes them to fire 2 firebombs that deal incendiary damage in a large area. Killing enemies partially restores this skill's cooldown. Asymmetric Warfare. Passive, 5 points. Indirect projectiles gain increased damage. Indirect projectiles include all action skill weapons, thrown weapons, and projectiles not fired from your gun. Interesting. Errant Spark, passive, 5 points. All indirect projectiles deal bonus incendiary damage. If the indirect projectile already deals incendiary damage, double the bonus. Hostile Acquisition, passive, 5 points. Rafa's indirect projectiles gain lifesteal. Rolling Stone, passive, 5 points. While moving, shots have a chance to ricochet off of Rafa. This chance is doubled while sliding. Okay, so you just gain a skill that makes it so that bullets just straight up bounce off of you. Okay. Proprietary Incendiary. I see y'all did there with the wordplay. I see you. Passive. 1 point. Melee Override. Press ability to lob a storm glider at an enemy. Once it reaches its targets, it explodes and deals incendiary damage in an area based on the amount of ammo in Rafa's gun when he threw the storm glider. Double-Aught Auto Shot. Okay, I will say this. The wordplay when it comes to rhyming, I kind of do like that. Double-Aught Auto Shot. Capstone. Rafa's Peacebreaker cannons are replaced with shotguns that deal increased damage and have an increased pellet count. Additionally, Rafa's turrets gain a chance to ricochet off of targets. Ricochets deal reduced damage, and critical hits always ricochet. So you gain the perk of a Jacobs, but it's part of his kill skill as well. Well, it's part of his skills here. Lateral Plinking. Passive, 1 point. Rafa's indirect projectiles gain a chance to ricochet. That's branch 1. Onwards to branch 2. Confetti. Passive, 5 points. Rafa's ordnances deal bonus damage in his current gun's element. Insta-Fort Battle System. Augment. Rafa's Peacebreaker cannons also deal ordnance damage, and he deals increased ordnance damage while Peacebreaker cannons are active. Pressing action skill while Peacebreaker cannons are active causes them to disconnect from Rafa and become a turret companion that begins firing at enemies in place. Additionally, it will occasionally fire grenades at its targets. If Rafa has a grenade equipped, it copies that grenade. Pressing action skill again returns the turret companion to Rafa's back. So while you can put them in place, you can just make them come back to your back while the skill is still active, and then go to another section, maybe one with a high rise with a higher vantage point, put a turret there, then jump down below to another spot, put a turret there, and then just create a kill zone from multiple directions that encircles and encompasses enemies. Now here's the thing. This sounds crazy enough all on its own, but imagine a whole group of Rafas, like 4 Rafas in a squad completely, and you just have this Insta-Fort battle system all over, just turrets everywhere. Too good. Vitriol, passive, 5 points. The first shot fired from Rafa's fully loaded magazine deals bonus corrosive damage. Pain Reaction, passive, 5 points. Rafa's guns gain a chance to ricochet off of enemies with status effects. Ricochet damage is based on the damage dealt. Concentrated Buildup, passive, 5 points. While aiming with a gun, Rafa deals bonus shock damage. Each time Rafa hits an enemy this way, deal increased bonus damage until he zooms out. This effect can stack, so I imagine if you use a sniper rifle, you're gonna definitely benefit from concentrated buildup because of this particular skill. So Rafa is like a Hispanic Rambo, got it? Essentially, he's like Matt Damon. He's like Matt Damon from Elysium, but also if he was Rambo, and Rambo had like an exosuit over his body that allowed him to do all these things. But yeah, he's pretty much a Hispanic Rambo. Still gonna be here. I'm just doing dishes and listening in. Oh, perfect, because this is perfect for people who are just listening in, so they can get all these skills without actually having to look at me if they don't want to. El Alacran. Passive, 1 point. Enemies damaged by Rafa's, and I really hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, enunciating that correctly. If I'm not, please forgive me. Enemies damaged by Rafa's Peacebreaker cannons have increased status effect chance. Capstone, Beam Team. Rafa's Peacebreaker cannons are replaced with a shock beam and a corrosive beam. We saw that in his gameplay trailer a little while ago. Each beam automatically locks onto enemies in your view and may lock onto different enemies. Whenever Rafa applies a status effect, gain increased action skill damage. Inspirado, passive, requires a point in concentrated buildup. Yep, your Spanish is spot on. Well, thank you. My Spanish has been very, very rusty. It's been several years since I actually tried to speak Spanish, but I want to hope that my enunciation and pronunciation is actually good. I actually really make it an effort to make sure that my pronunciation of different words from different countries or, different nations are where they need to be. But Inspirado, passive, requires a point in concentrated buildup. Whenever Rafa inflicts a status effect on an enemy, he gains increased action skill cooldown rate and improve action skill duration rate. This effect can stack. I can see this being incredibly useful down the line, given the fact that so many of his skills causes status effects already. This Inspirado is going to be very useful. Last tree for this, what was this skill? What was this branch called? Last tree for Remote Agent. Branch 3, Barrage, passive, 5 points. Overdrive skill. Rafa gains increased splash damage while Overdrive is active. Unmissable Missiles, augment. Pressing action skill while Peacebreaker cannons are active causes them to fire a volley of homing missiles at enemies in view at the cost of action skill duration. Everdrive, passive. Overdrive gains increased duration. I can see this being useful. Pick that up as well. Devil May Care, passive, 5 points. Overdrive skill. While Overdrive is active, Rafa gains increased movement speed and gains health regeneration. While Overdrive is not active, Rafa takes increased damage and gains increased action skill cooldown rate. Temerario? Yeah, Temerario. Passive, 5 points. Overdrive skill. Rafa gains increased gun damage but decreased gun handling. These effects are based on how long Overdrive has been active. Soltado. Passive, 1 point. Kill skill. Double all Overdrive bonuses. Get this. You need this. If you're going to be going down this tree, you're going to want Soltado. And then lastly, Volatile Hollow Points. Capstone. Rafa's Peacebreaker cannons are replaced with rockets that deal splash damage. And that's all of the skills for the remote agent tree. Onwards to the last one, this year's gimmick. And this one is centered on his arc knives. Handshake Deal, passive, 5 points. Rafa gains increased gun damage and melee damage. Midnight Oil, passive, 5 points. Rafa's action skills deal bonus corrosive damage. The longer the skill has been active, the greater the bonus damage. Expedite, passive, 5 points. Overdrive skill. Overdrive grants Rafa increased movement speed. I'm seeing a lot of skills here to make you want to move as quickly as possible. Dial In, passive, 5 points. Whenever Rafa damages an enemy with a melee attack, his melee attacks gain critical hit chance. This chance stacks, and all stacks are removed whenever Rafa critically hits an enemy. Altered Cabron, Augment. Whenever Rafa kills an enemy while arc knives are active, restore a portion of his health. Whenever Rafa gains health, deal bonus corrosive damage with all attacks and gain increased movement speed. How many movement speeds have we seen already? This one is increased movement speed. This one is increased movement speed. Whenever Rafa gains health, deal bonus corrosive damage with all attacks and gain increased movement speed. This effect can stack. And this is an augment. Should be interesting. Need to see how this is in practice. El Corazon. Passive, 5 points. A portion of Rafa's maximum health capacity is converted into maximum shield capacity. Dead Man Walking. Augment. Arc knives do not end when their duration runs out. Instead, they only end if Rafa ends Fight for Your Life or activates Blade Fury. While arc knives' duration is depleted, Rafa loses health instead. Whenever Rafa damages an enemy, he gains Overshield. This is an interesting one. Depending on how gear goes, I see people actually using this just so they can just slash people endlessly. But also, Dead Man Walk... Oh, wait, no, never mind. I was about to say, Dead Man Walking could stack with Alter Cabron, but they're both augments. So he can't have both of them active at the same time. Because otherwise he'd be able to heal when he kills an enemy. But also, arc knives will constantly be out, but he'll keep losing health while it keeps going. Interesting. Let's see. When Rafa damages an enemy, he gains Overshield. Diamond Hands. Passive, 5 points. Dealing melee damage grants Rafa a stack of Diamond Hands. Gain increased gun damage for every stack of Diamond Hands. Once Rafa deals gun damage, stacks begin to decay quickly until they run out. Saldar. Passive. Requires a point in Dial In. It doesn't say requires 5 points, but just a point. Rafa's melee critical hits gain lifesteal. I feel like that could possibly go well with Dead Man Walking. In the Zone. Passive, 3 points. Kill skill. Killing an enemy freezes Overdrive's duration. To the Last. Passive, requires a point in El Corazon. 5 points. Rafa gains increased gun damage and skill damage. The lower his health, the greater the bonus. Okay, so now they're giving you skills that could benefit more if your health is low, but you also have skills like In the Zone and Saldar, which can make it so that you can constantly keep your health going. So you probably don't want to have to the last if you have multiple skills that benefit you regenerating your health quickly. So that might not be a good idea. Hard Sell, passive, 5 points. Whenever Rafa's shields break, he instantly gains a portion of his shield maximum capacity as Overshield. This skill cannot be used again until Rafa next activates his action skill. And that's the main branch, onwards to branch 1. Branch 1! Blowout! Passive, 5 points. Whenever Rafa applies a mark or critically hits an enemy with his action skill, they explode in corrosive lobbed projectiles. The longer Rafa's action skill has been active, the more corrosive projectiles are spawned. I'm gonna move my food over here because when we get to the Amon, I may take a short break to eat food. Because I want to make sure I have the energy necessary to keep reading to you guys. I'm just go ahead and get my stuff out now. Just so I ain't gotta worry about it. Got my wonderful chicken wrap right there. But I can read while I'm setting this up. But Blowout. Whenever Rafa applies a mark or critically hits an enemy with his action skill, they explode in corrosive lobbed projectiles. The longer Rafa's action skill has been active, the more corrosive projectiles are spawned. Thunder Cutter. Augment. Attacks made with arc knives deal shock melee splash damage. Rafa gains increased splash damage. Okay, wait a minute. Attacks made with arc knives deal shock melee splash damage. So it's not just individual hits on an enemy, but now Thunder Cutter makes it so that your arc knives hit enemies in a radius. Okay. El Paraguas. El Paraguas? El Paraguas? El Paragua. Yeah, El Paraguas. Passive, 5 points. Rafa gains increased splash damage and critical hit chance, so Thunder Cutter and El Paraguas will go hand in hand with each other. Protecto Pulse. Passive, 5 points. Pressing ability while arc knives are active, or Rafa re-triggers his action skill, drains a portion of Rafa's shields, and deals that much shock damage to nearby enemies. That could be interesting if done right, if applied right. Shock Market, passive, 5 points. Whenever Rafa deals splash damage, deal bonus shock damage based on the damage dealt. Liquidation, 1 point, passive. Marked enemies killed by Rafa leave behind a corrosive hazard. Just every time. Huracan Especial, Capstone. Activating Blade Fury causes Rafa to spin his blades, creating a singularity that draws in all marked enemies and other nearby enemies while dealing continuous shock damage. Whenever this attack kills an enemy, Overdrive grants increased action skill cooldown rate. That's silly. That is silly. That's a good silly, though. It's a good silly. You spin around, you draw in enemies, you just dice them all up, and you deal continuous shock damage, which stacks with the melee and the shock. And every enemy killed just increases your action skill cooldown rate. Every time. Every time you kill one. That's branch 1. Branch 2. Artilleria. Passive, 5 points. Rafa gains increased ordnance cooldown rate. Parting Gift, Augment. Whenever Rafa activates his dash attack, he leaves behind a grenade. If he has a grenade equipped, use that grenade instead. Enemies damaged by these grenades become marked, which goes well with the Huracan Especial. Whenever Rafa applies a mark to an enemy, apply an additional mark. Whenever I mark you, I'm gonna mark you again. This is like listening to Soifon Suzumebachi's Suzumebachi's special ability, where if you apply a mark on the front, and then you hit the exact same spot in the back, enemy just instantly dies or just instantly disintegrated. Kind of reminds me of that. When you apply a mark to an enemy, you apply an additional one. Collaborative ignition, passive. 5 points. I don't know why my throat sounds like it's getting all dry. Hmm. 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 Collaborative ignition, passive, 5 points. Overdrive skill. Rafa deals bonus damage with skills and ordinances in the element of his current gun while overdrive is active. Booming business. You know what? I'm not going to say how many points it is. I'm just going to say the name of the skill and the description as well so we can get through this a little bit quicker. Booming businesses. Booming business. Whenever Rafa critically hits an enemy, he gains a chance to spawn a free grenade. If Rafa has a grenade equipped, spawn a grenade based on that. Synergia. Passive. Yes, synergia. Or like synergia. Passive. 3 synergy. I keep wanting to instinctively say passive. Augment. Capstone. Synergia. Whenever Rafa deals ordnance damage, he also deals increased gun damage and melee damage. This effect can stack. Hemolitions. Overdrive skill. While overdrive is active, Rafa may use grenades during ordnance cooldown at the cost of health. Every time a grenade is used this way, it costs more health until Rafa's grenade fully cools down. Might want to be careful with this one. Because if you get a little bit happy with trying to throw grenades, you might find yourself in a bit of a tight spot. Inferno Protocol. While arc knives are active, Rafa's exosuit stores all damage dealt to him. The exosuit then heats up and constantly deals a small amount of incendiary damage to him. Additionally, Rafa's melee attacks deal bonus incendiary damage. A portion of all damage dealt to Rafa is also dealt to enemies he has marked. Okay, so it's like a self-personal ties that bind, if you will. Using Blade Fury causes Rafa to consume all stored damage and deals bonus incendiary damage based on stored damage. A portion of all damage dealt this way is returned to Rafa as health. Okay, so there's a little bit of an upside for using this. A little bit. El Diablito. Passive. 5. Such a habit. El Diablito. A portion of all incendiary damage Rafa deals also deals bonus incendiary ordnance damage. And that's branch 2. Branch 3, and pretty much the last tree for Rafa. Then I'm going to take a bite of my food, and then we'll move on to Amon. And then after Amon, Harlowe, and then I'll call it a session. Thank you guys for being patient with me as I do this. I know it's a bit of a long endeavor, but it's one I wanted to do ever since we got the skill trees for everybody. El Borracho. Rafa deals increased corrosive damage while his action skill is active. The longer it has been active, the greater the bonus. This effect can stack. Acid Drop. Arc Knives dash attack is replaced by Caustic Leap. Didn't a character from Risk of Rain have this skill? It was, what was it called? It was like this lizard creature that you could play called Acrid. I think it had either Acid Leap or it was called Caustic Leap. Arc Knives dash attack is replaced by Caustic Leap. Pressing action skill causes Rafa to leap forward and create a caustic hazard wherever he lands. Pretty much kind of like Acrid from Risk of Rain 2. Whenever a mark is removed from an enemy, it explodes in a corrosive nova. Embue. Rafa gains increased action skill duration. I was trying to figure out how to correctly say that. I probably got it wrong. Sustainable energy. Passive. It's a habit now. I gotta fully break it. Sustainable energy. Overdrive skill. Rafa gains health regeneration based on how much overdrive time is remaining. Motivar. Pressing action skill during arc knives grants increased overdrive duration. This bonus is reset whenever Rafa activates an action skill. Galvanic Panic. Whenever Rafa performs a melee attack while arc knives are active, fire an Acid Storm Glider at an enemy in his view. Acid Storm Gliders deal corrosive splash damage based on the number of total marked enemies. Additionally, Killing an enemy while arc knives are active restores action skill duration. Activating Blade Fury causes Rafa to fire a volley of acid storm gliders in front of him and end arc knives. And lastly, Cruel Accrual. Cruel Accrual. Rafa gains increased skill damage with all skills. The longer his action skill has been active, the greater the bonus. It's Empuhi or Empue? Empue. Empue. Thank you. It does help. I like to get I don't mind being corrected if my pronunciation is wrong. I greatly thank you for that. Empue. Or Empui? Empui. You said you had two E's, so it must be a he. So Empue. Yeah, it must be Empui. Empui. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Anime Gamer. But Cruel Accrual. Rafa gains increased skill damage with all skills. The longer his action skill has been active, the greater the bonus. This effect can stack. And those are all of the skills of Rafa. Now, we prepare to go to the next character. And we're just gonna move on to Amon the Forge Knight. Now, before we get started with all of Amon's stuff, hold on. We'll go here to his forge skill, and I'll leave it right here for a moment, so that way I can take a bite out of my food, so I can get a little bit of a second win as this will be the second half of this session. I'll cut the part out while I'm eating, so that way we can just get right into Amon for people who watch this in post later on. But I'm going to go ahead and take a quick, short eating break, and then we'll move on to Amon, because his skills are fun. But yeah. Alright, that's one half of my wrap down. Once I get done with Amon, I'll eat the rest of that, and then we'll move on for Harlowe. But I feel much better. I feel so much better. It's one thing to read for a long period of time. It's another thing to read for a long period of time and only go off of water and no food. So it's always good to make sure you got sustenance beforehand or during. So, onwards to the Forge Knight. Amon, Forge Knight Vault Hunter trait, Forge skill. Ooh, pardon me. My apologies. Amon gains Forge skill depending on his equipped action skill. Forge skills can be activated by pressing and holding an action skill. Molten Slam, Onslaughter action skill equipped. Press and hold action skill to slam a Molten Forge hammer into the ground, dealing incendiary melee damage to enemies in a large area. Firewall, Scourge action skill equipped. Press and hold action skill to deploy a firewall that absorbs enemy projectiles and grants friendly projectiles that pass through it increased damage and projectile speed. Absorbed damage is converted into Vengeance if Scourge is active. Enemies near firewall take incendiary status effect damage over time. And Double Edge, Crucible action skill equipped. Press and hold action skill to throw a twinned Forge Axe, dealing cryo melee damage to enemies it passes through, and returning to Amon, dealing incendiary melee damage on the way back. Wait a minute. Hold on. When you throw it, it's cryo, but when it comes back, it turns into fire and deals that damage back? Hold on. Wait, I didn't see that. I thought it was just cryo. But Forge Knight action skills. I'll just deal with the fact that I overlooked that completely later on my own time. Forge Knight action skills. Onslaughter, Calamity skill tree. Amon overloads his Forge Fists, gaining constant shield regeneration, bonus incendiary damage with guns, and increased movement speed. Press action skill or melee to rocket punch. And mind you, Moxie, a very big YouTuber, said that while your skills are active and you can use them during the duration, your melee switches to the weapon that you have equipped, meaning that if you wanted to, you could just use your melee during that entire duration of that equipped weapon, specifically. Not just, rocket punch, but also basically every other augment for weapons you have for Amon the entire time. So if you wanted to use dual axes as melee, you can. If you wanted to use spear as a melee, you can. If you wanted to use swords as melee, or the giant greatsword that he has, you can. If you want to use your whips as melee, you can. That is something that Moxie found out when he was down at Gamescom, which also goes a long way into people who wanted to have a character that could very much emphasize a melee archetype. Aside from Rafa. Let's see. Press action skill or melee to rocket punch, dashing to target enemy, dealing incendiary melee attack damage, and in a short range cone, melee attack damage in a short range cone and causing stagger. Bosses cannot be staggered, and more elite enemies have a chance to be staggered. So now we start with the Calamity Tree. Impetus. You're gonna see a lot of like knight or soldier or warrior type terminology for a lot of his skills. Impetus. Kill skill. Amon gains increased shield regeneration rate and movement speed for a duration. This effect can stack. What burns within. Amon gains increased incendiary damage. Discombobulate. Amon gains melee critical hit chance. Heavy plate. Amon gains increased maximum shield capacity and maximum overshield capacity. Wield the Storm. Mind you, I went over this when I was playing Borderlands 3, but I think it feels much better to do it here because you guys get to see these skills as well. Wield the Storm. Amon gains increased status effect damage and status effect duration. Pyroclast. Whenever Onslaughter is activated, Amon fully restores his health and shield and is surrounded by a Forge Storm that deals incendiary status effect damage to nearby enemies over time. Kill skill. Killing an enemy inside of the Forge Storm restores Amon's action skill duration and increases Forge Storm's damage. Listen to this. When you have this is an augment. When you have this augment active, enemies that die within the Forge Storm not only restore his duration for that, but also increases the Forge Storm's damage. So when you're constantly killing enemies within this Forge Storm, you are making it stronger and stronger, making it last longer and longer, until it is literally your own burning domain expansion. This is literally Jogo's Coffin of the Iron Mountain from Jujutsu Kaisen. It's literally that. The more you keep killing enemies with this particular Pyroclast augment activated, it is going to keep doing damage. And it doesn't say that there is a percentage of maximum, but then again, this is just the basic description. We'd have to look at the planner to see the difference between the two. But Pyroclast, if you want to kill swaths of enemies, I feel like this could actually do some damage. But like I said with everyone else's skill tree, I'm just seeing the potential. The execution is where it's really going to come into play here. Gut Punch. Melee damage and ordnance damage have a chance to apply weakness to enemies for a duration. Weakened enemies deal reduced damage and take increased damage. Weakness is affected by status effect duration and is itself considered a status effect. Last time we saw something like this was Bleed for Vex, where Bleed is treated as a status effect when you spec into it. Thermal Diffusion. Rocket Punch now has two modes, gains increased radius and deals bonus damage based on Amon's maximum shield capacity. Pressing action skill causes Rocket Punch to deal incendiary melee attack damage. Pressing melee causes Rocket Punch to deal cryo melee attack damage. Tritanium Knuckles. Amon gains increased melee damage and skill damage. Forged in Steel. Amon becomes immune to all damage for a brief duration whenever he activates a forged skill. So for a brief moment, you just gain straight up invincibility. See, we saw this for Trouble when it was Beast Mode. And Trouble would just become immune to all damage for the entire duration, and then seeing the capstone, because Beast Mode is an augment for Trouble on Vex's Phase Familiar tree. Here comes Trouble. And then the capstone makes it so that Trouble deals more and more damage over time. But now we have Amon, who just straight up becomes immune to all damage for a brief duration whenever he activates a forward skill. Just immune. Huh, I don't feel any of what you're doing to me. Triggered right, you can render yourself invincible during a time when enemies are either completely surrounding you, a boss is about to let loose a powerful attack or something, you just become immune. That's beautiful. I'm sorry, that's just beautiful. Bullet Storm. Whenever Amon applies a status effect, he gains increased gun damage for a duration. This effect can stack. Metal Urge. Whenever Amon deals gun damage, he gains increased action skill cooldown rate for a duration. This effect can stack. The Best Defense. Amon gains Overshield whenever he deals melee damage. And that's it for the main tree. Branch 1. Berserk! Whenever Amon activates his Forge skill, he becomes Berserk for a duration, gaining slow immunity and bonus cryo damage with gun damage and melee damage. A playable Escanor. Exactly! I thought you were out. You surprised me. You said like, oh, you're about to head out and you're back. You're back. Welcome back. But essentially, he's kind of like that. Cruel song. Pride flare. Lion sin Escanor. Snuck back in just now. always, you little sneaky person. You little sneaky person. Amon reminds me of one of those OP characters in anime. That's pretty much all of them. But when it comes to Amon, he reminds me the most of Kratos. Even though he's bigger than Kratos. So I get reminded of Kratos in how he carries himself. But also because of all the weapons he carries as well. But, next skill. Fell Frost. Pressing action skill immediately after... Also, Kitty, I got food right here. I've already taken a bite out of it. So I am eating. I know I've been at this for like a couple hours, but I have been eating. Fell Frost. Pressing action skill immediately after a rocket punch causes Amon to use a follow-up attack, dealing cryo melee attack damage in an area in front of Amon. Non-boss enemies hit below 25% total HP are killed. Just instantly killed when they're hit by this, if their health is below 25. Bloodlust. Whenever Amon's shield breaks, he gains Bloodlust for a duration, gaining increased reload speed and lifesteal. So many characters have lifesteal and health regeneration! Remember back in the older Borderlands games where only certain characters could get this? Only certain characters could get health regeneration? Now everyone is having a way of restoring their health. These enemies must be super dangerous if they're giving everybody health regeneration or ways to restore their health in a bevy of ways. These must be some seriously dangerous enemies for this game. Bloodlust is also activated on action skill activation. There is only red. Requires a point in Berserk. Kill skill. Whenever Amon kills an enemy while Berserk is active, partially restore Berserk's duration and increase bonus cryo damage from Berserk. Rhyme Break. Whenever Amon's shield breaks, he partially restores shield and detonates, dealing cryo damage to all nearby enemies and freezing them. This seems like something Kratos would do in like an older God of War game. This seems like a special attack he would use and you can upgrade. Brimming Vigor. Amon gains increased maximum health capacity and deals increased melee damage the more full his health. My Touch is Death. Whenever Amon deals melee damage, there is a chance to activate all kill skills. So many characters have activate all kill skills in their repertoire. It's just so nice. So nice. Horror Cleave. Molten Slam is now Horror Cleave. Press and hold action skill to swing a massive Forge Axe, launching a Forge Wave that deals cryo melee damage and freezes enemies it passes through. Enemies killed by Horcleave cause a detonation, dealing cryo damage. That's just branch 1. Branch 2! Into the fray. Amon gains increased damage dealt and damage reduction based on his distance from the enemy. The closer the enemy, the greater the bonus. Force of Nature. While Onslaughter is active, gun damage dealt to enemies will prime them for a duration, and will detonate when they die or are damaged by a forge skill, dealing incendiary damage to nearby enemies. Detonations can also be caused by melee attack damage, but deal less damage. This effect can stack. Now, I can see why people would want to use melee, because Amon is very capable of melee, as you can clearly see. But I feel like using a forge skill to trigger these detonations, that's where the money is really made. Burning ramparts. That's fine. I love a challenge. As do I. I love it. It's not fun if it's easy. It's fun after you've gained all that power. See, beforehand, if you're overpowered before you get started, unless it's for a narrative reason, it kind of takes away from the challenge. But once you earn that power and you level up and you get stronger and stronger over time, then when it becomes easy because you're just that strong, that's when it's fun to me. When I earn that max level, when I've gained all that power, then when I go out there and I start mowing through people, that's when it feels earned. That's when it feels earned. Burning ramparts. Amon gains increased fire rate and status effect chance the more full his shields. Harbinger. Kill skill. Amon gains increased melee damage and maximum shield capacity for a duration. This effect can stack. Rearm. Whenever Amon deals damage with a melee attack, his current gun has its ammo partially refilled. Maiming Strike. Gun critical hits have a chance to apply weakness to enemies for a duration. Weakened enemies deal reduced damage and take increased damage. Weakness is affected by status effect duration and is itself considered a status effect. Molten Royal. Molten Slam gains increased radius and stores damage. Pyres erupt under up to 3 enemies after a delay. Pyres deal additional incendiary melee damage based on damage stored by Molten Slam distributed among the remaining targets. And lastly, Mortal Flare. Whenever Amon kills a weakened enemy, they detonate, dealing incendiary melee damage to nearby enemies. Onwards to the last tree. Branch 3. Catastrophe. Oh, I didn't intend for that to rhyme so well, but it was nice. Catastrophe. Whenever Amon applies shock to an enemy, he gains increased critical hit chance for a duration. Change your mind, Amon is still number 1. We're still on the first tree. This is just the calamity tree. We still got the other trees. We still got the other two. But it's good though. These are some good skills. Whenever Amon applies shock to an enemy, he gains increased critical hit chance for a duration. Whenever Amon applies burning to an enemy, he gains increased critical hit damage for a duration. Both effects stack separately. Fulminating Fist. Amon gains increased status effect chance while Onslaughter is active. Wow, I was getting close to when the boys need to eat their lunch. Amon gains increased status effect chance while Onslaughter is active. Pressing action skill launches a concentrated lightning wave that deals shock melee damage to enemies it passes through. Dragon's Breath. Whenever Amon activates his ordnance, his next gunshot is converted to incendiary damage, staggering damaged enemies and gaining increased damage dealt. Bosses cannot be staggered, and, elite enemies have a chance to be staggered. Judgment. Amon deals increased melee damage to enemies below 50% total health. Fists of Stone. Whenever Amon deals melee damage, restore a percentage of forge skill cooldown. Melee attacks double this effect. Wait a minute. Whenever Amon deals melee damage, restores a percentage of forge skill cooldown. Melee attacks double this effect. if you're already if this requires that when you deal melee damage, you're already using melee attacks. So unless huh? Wait. See, okay, so you're saying huh as well. You're saying huh as well because something about this seems a bit off. Whenever Amon deals melee damage, restores a percentage of forward skill cooldown. Melee attacks double this effect, but you're already dealing melee damage with this skill. So it's just doubled anyway. Hold on, let me go back up this tree and see if anything is translated into melee damage, because that's the thing. Ah, yes. Okay, so there are skills. Amon gains increased melee damage whenever on deals. Let's see. Okay, there's Harbinger, but that's not like something else causes melee damage. That's what I'm looking for because I want to make sure that I'm reading that right. Ah, yes. Wait a minute. No. Wait a minute. Yes. Wait a minute. Yeah. Okay, so look at this capstone here. Horcleave. Let's see. Massive Forge Axe launches a Forge Wave that deals cryo melee damage. So there, yeah, okay. So I had to go back through that. Because I completely overlooked that. So there are skills that are counted as melee attacks, but not direct melee attacks. So Horcleave is the one that launches out a Forge Wave that deals melee damage, but it's not in and of itself directly a melee attack. It deals melee damage, but it's not a melee, like an innate melee attack. So that means that attacks such as Horcleave, that counts towards Fists of Stone. But using a melee attack in and of itself doubles the effect of restore percentage of forward skill cooldown for Fist of Stone. Okay, so I was confused. I was confused. Because I was like, wait, you're already dealing melee damage if you use melee. So why not just make that innate? But no, you got skills that can deal melee damage without you actually directly touching people. So this makes sense now that it finally clicked. Crackling Aegis. Amon gains increased status effect damage and ordnance damage based on his shields. The fuller his shield, the greater the effect. Electrical Fire. And I'm like 2 minutes away before the boys need to eat. So I'm going to read this, set up the next tree, feed the boys, come back, and then we'll continue on with Amon, and then we'll finish with Harlowe. Electrical Fire. Whenever Amon burns an enemy, he also shocks them. Whenever Amon shocks an enemy, he also burns them. So what happens? Oh, okay, so... okay. When he burns an enemy, he shocks them. When he shocks an enemy, he burns them. Regardless of what happens, if you're using burn or shock, you will automatically do the opposite on an enemy every single time. That's funny to me. These enemies can't get away at all. None of these psychos can get away at all. Stormcutter, and this is the capstone. Molten Slam is now Stormcutter. Press and hold action skill to swing a massive forge sword, launching a forge wave that deals shock melee damage to all enemies it passes through. And go back up here to Fists of Stone. This will still trigger the effect of restore percentage of forge skill cooldown. So this one will still apply. So you did? Exactly, you did. And it's 4 o'clock. Perfect timing, too. Press and hold action skill to swing a massive forge sword, launching a forge wave that deals shock melee damage to all enemies it passes through. Restore action skill cooldown, action skill duration, and ordnance. Ordnance. I've been saying ordnance wrong this whole time. I've been saying ordnance. But it's ordnance. And ordnance cooldown for each enemy hit. What I'm getting out of this is Amon overkills an enemy. Yes. Not only that, but this Stormcutter, I feel like a lot of people are going to be using because the amount of enemies you can hit, you will see your action skill cooldown faster, your action skill lasts longer, and your ordnance cooldown faster for every enemy that is hit in a row. every enemy that's hit by it. I can see Stormcutter being some people's favorites. But that is the Calamity Tree for Amon. Now to move on to the Vengeance Tree. Now before, you guys can check out this is a Vengeance Tree right here. And then we'll move on to the actual skill themselves. But it's 4 o'clock. The boys need to have their last meal for today. That's our dogs. I'll feed them, and I'll come right back, and we'll continue. We are making good time, everybody. I started this at, like, what, 12, and it's like 4? Wait a minute. I started this at 12, and it's now 4. How long have I been doing this? 3 hours? Have I been doing this for 3 hours? I feel like I've been doing this for a minute. Good Lord. But thank you for your patience. Let me go ahead and feed the boys. I'll be right back. Hold on. Let me reset this so I can see chat again. There we go. Got to double tap and crisp that enemy. Yes, we do. But let me go feed the boys. I'll be right back, everybody. After these messages. We'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Super OP doesn't have a lick of common sense. Are you talking about Saitama from One Punch Man? No, you said it's an old... Oh, okay, you say it's an older anime. Never mind. Older anime, built like a literal tank, super OP, doesn't have a lick of common sense. It's not Kenshiro from Fist of the North Star, because he's smart. Can't be Toriko, right? He can't be Toriko. The dude that hunts down different types of creatures? Blue hair, very stocky. Older anime. Okay, you got me thinking, like, who could be close to Amon in this capacity? Huh. I'm gonna have to think of it as we go. Like, how old are we talking? How old are we talking? Let me continue on. We'll figure it out. We'll figure out the exact character. We'll figure it out. So now we are in the Vengeance Tree. So first up, we have Guts! Oh, from Berserk! Oh, Guts! Oh, okay. The dude with the long sword had the one closed eye, dressed in black, giant cloak. Had the mark on the side of the mark of sacrifice on his neck. Oh, Guts! Oh, okay. All right. I get you. Yeah, I can see it. I can see it just a little bit. I see some Kratos motifs. I see some Guts motifs. I got it. Yeah, okay, I get you. Yeah, that is a bit of an old anime. That really is a bit of an old series. Okay, I got it. All right, let's move on to Vengeance. Wrath of Nature. Amon gains increased status effect application chance. Let me turn myself a little bit more towards the screen. Amon gains increased status effect application chance and cryo effectiveness. This effect is doubled when his action skill is active. Scorched Kairos. Amon gains increased ordnance. There's no I in there. Ordnance damage and magazine size. The Thrill. Amon gains missing health regeneration. Every time Amon takes or absorbs non-status effect damage, he gains a stack of Resolute for a duration, which increases this effect. All right, another means of him regaining his health back. Battleborn. Who remembers that old game from Gearbox? Did not last as long as one would have liked. Amon gains increased gun damage the more full his health. This effect is doubled while Amon is at maximum health. And if you incorporate overshields, this is definitely a skill you can benefit from. Eternal! Amon gains increased action skill duration and gun swap speed. Blast Chill. Forge waves now consume more vengeance and explode on impact, dealing cryo ordnance damage in an area. Explosion radius is further increased if the forge wave passes through firewall. Tail of the Comet. Whenever Amon deals ordnance damage, there is a chance to apply a cryo status effect that deals cryo damage over time for a duration. Tail of the Comet is affected by status effect application chance. So that means that it's affected by Wrath of Nature. So you're definitely going to want that if you want to take full advantage of Tail of the Comet. Cryonic Thrum, or Cryonic Thrum. While Scourge is active, Amon taunts enemies and sends out a cryonic pulse every second, dealing cryo damage to enemies and restoring allies' health. While aiming, Amon's movement speed is reduced, but Amon gains bonus cryo damage with guns and consumes vengeance on each gunshot. Scar Tissue. Amon gains increased maximum health capacity and rep kit healing. Bullet Hail. Amon's guns have a chance to ricochet as an elemental shard, dealing cryo damage. So we not only have ricochet with Rafa and a lot of his skill tree, but we now have a ricochet skill for Amon. Machinist. Kill skill. Amon restores a percentage of ordnance cooldown. You're probably going to want this, especially if you get like a very good ordnance piece of gear. Here's the thing. We talk all day. We've been talking all day about skills for characters. That's all well and good, okay? But really what it's going to come down to is the gear you get. And we need to talk, and later on we'll talk about legendary class mods, but I feel like this will be something we can talk about once we actually get our hands on some during the game. So we'll probably have that conversation then. But legendary class mods that give you additional augments that are outside the scope of your skill tree that can just fundamentally change how you play these characters. Ancient Ways. Amon deals increased cryo damage, and Warrior's Cup. Whenever Amon uses a rep kit while his action skill is active, partially restore action skill duration. That is the first main tree. Now for branch 1. Wildfire. Amon gains increased ricochet damage, burning damage, and burning duration. Molten Rebuke. Forge Wave is now Molten Rebuke. Gear versus skills. One will save you, the other will drain you. And they go hand in hand. And when you mix them well together, everything just works. And it's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing. Forge Wave is now Molten Rebuke. Press action skill to consume all vengeance and throw the Forge Shield at target enemy, dealing incendiary ordnance damage and ricocheting on impact. Molten Rebuke ricochets additional times based on vengeance consumed. Whenever the Forge Shield is thrown, damage absorption is disabled until it returns. Until it returns. Obvious, because you don't have a shield anymore. Therefore, you don't have a means for damage absorption. So that's not a surprise whatsoever. It would be kind of busted if while the shield is thrown out, you can still block damage. That would be too easy. Burning Rage. Kill skill. Killing an enemy with incendiary damage will grant a stack of flame affinity for a duration. Flame affinity stacks grant increased reload speed and action skill cooldown rate. Ballistic Bulwark. Amon gains overshield when he deals ordnance damage. Disco Infernus. Whenever Amon applies burning to an enemy, he gains increased fire rate for a duration. This effect can stack. World Breaker. Whenever Amon ground slams, he consumes all flame affinity stacks to create a flame fissure in front of him, dealing incendiary melee damage to all enemies hit. World Breaker deals bonus damage for each stack of flame affinity consumed. Now, in my head, as a person who's played Marvel's Midnight Suns, where the Hulk is pretty much one of the most powerful characters you can ever get in the game, he has a move called World Breaker, which essentially just implodes the entire ground with his ultimate, and it launches back all enemies, it destroys all items. when I think of this, I think of the Hulk from Marvel's Midnight Suns when it's like when Amon ground slams, because the ultimate itself in Marvel's Midnight Suns has the Hulk jump into the air after his body sets on fire, you know, augmented by magic and everything. He jumps into the air, slams the ground, and just completely obliterates everything in front of him. The fact that Amon does the same thing, which is essentially jumping in the air and creating a fissure in front of him, because the Hulk does that in an omnidirections in Marvel's Midnight Suns, but here it's just in front of Amon, but it just reminds me of that from a completely different game. So, yeah. He can, whenever Amon ground slams, he consumes all flame affinity stacks to create a flame fissure in front of him, dealing incendiary melee damage to all enemies hit. Worldbreaker deals bonus damage for each stack of flame affinity consumed. Let's see, and everything just straight up dies. Gotta love that DPS. Yep, you gotta love it. Ring of Frostfire. Firewall is now a ring that deals incendiary status effect damage to enemies inside of it and cryo damage to enemies who enter or leave. Now, as a massive fan for Black Myth Wukong, I mean, I love that game, and I'm looking forward to Black Myth Zhonghui. But it reminds me of Ring of Fire from Black Myth Wukong, where it basically will keep enemies from trying to get in for a set duration, and it can also damage them when they're inside. But also, dealing cryo damage to enemies who enter or leave reminds me of one of the augments of Frost from Warframe, where it is essentially when you have Frost's ice globe up, which is essentially a dome that you can put up, enemies that, with this augment, enemies have a 50% chance of instantly freezing when they try to enter into it. It immediately reminded me of this. It's like a mixture of Wukong's Ring of Fire and the Frost Ice Globe augment from Warframe. Firewall grants friendly projectiles to pass through it, further increase damage and projectile speed. Cooling Mantle. Kill skill, partially restore World Breaker's cooldown. And this goes with World Breaker. Branch 2. Icy Rage. Denim's barking in the background, but he's already been fed and he's already been outside, so he's fine. So Amon is kind of like the Hulk. Wow, he's very OP. He's kind of close. If we're referencing Hulk from the Planet Hulk series, the Planet Hulk run in the comics, due to the fact that Hulk learned to use all sorts of weapons and he got incredibly smart, you could say that. You could say that. If they allow Amon to have like green skin with like purple accents, yeah, they knew exactly what they were doing. But that is branch 1. Onwards to branch 2. Icy Rage. Kill skill. Killing an enemy with cryo damage will grant a stack of cryo affinity for a duration. Cryo affinity stacks grant increased gun damage. Eternal Winter. Forge waves now partially restore action skill duration and firewall duration on damaging enemies, and can be activated 3 times in succession. The third activation launches a massive forge wave that deals increased damage and does not consume vengeance. Northern Wind. Amon's gun critical hits have a chance to apply additional slow to enemies, as if dealt cryo damage. Chance is doubled while his action skill is active. Winter's Kiss. Whenever Amon deals ordnance damage, he consumes a stack of cryo affinity for each nearby enemy to spawn an elemental shard, dealing cryo damage in an area. Primal Surge. Whenever Amon applies a status effect to an enemy, there is a chance to partially restore his shield and ammo. Age of Ice. Amon deals increased damage to frozen enemies and bosses. Corroming Shard requires a point in Winter's Kiss. Elemental Shard has a chance to ricochet. And then the capstone for branch 2 is Glacial Rapture. Press and hold action skill to swing Forge Whips, which are the whips that we saw in the trailer earlier, dealing cryo ordnance damage over 2 hits to nearby enemies before slamming into the ground, creating a cryonic fissure that deals cryo ordnance damage and leaves cryo hazards for a duration. Once again, this is something we saw in the trailer earlier during the stream. But that is the end of branch 2. There's a lot of opportunities here for Amon to go above and beyond for dealing status effect damage, but also making it incredibly difficult for you to beat him. He's a tank that hits like one. No, he's a tank that hits like a glass cannon. But none of the glass cannon downsides. And this is just branch 2 of his second tree. We still got the cybernetics one. Branch 3, blackout. Ordnance damage has a chance to critically hit and shock enemies when they do. Ooh, okay. Stormlands. Forge wave is now Stormlands. Press action skill to throw a forge spear, dealing shock ordnance damage on impact, consuming vengeance to increase damage dealt. Enemies damaged by Forge Spear are primed for a duration and will detonate when they are damaged by a Forge skill, dealing shock damage to the target but none to nearby enemies. I feel like AoE is going to be very important here, so I don't know how often people are going to use Stormlance unless they don't really care about the AoE that Forge Wave can produce. Dude, the devs that literally said go for it. Here's the thing. There was an article by one of the devs that says, I was inspired by how absurd things can get in Baldur's Gate 3 and said, I want to play a game where I can let my characters get up to a bazillion damage. Literally, one of the devs said this. So they've basically built these characters to be absurd on purpose. Even more so than the last characters that we got in Borderlands 3. They were built to be OP. So even though we're just talking about their skills and the skills we've seen people reach, we haven't even seen the max level of what a max level character looks like and what their skills are like, what their gameplay is like. But the way these characters have been built, the way their skills have been set up, it looks like the devs have wanted these characters to be busted by the end of it. And mind you, when I say by the end of it, I'm only talking up to like the first level, the base level cap. Because we're going to get level cap increases like we did before. Which means that characters who are busted by the end of the game when people roll credits and they get them to max level, the temporary max level, which I think is like 50, when people get there, you're going to see some crazy stuff. But then you got to also think about how varied things are going to be once we get level cap increases that gives us access to even more skills. So, yeah, these characters have been built to be busted. And I'm here for it. I'm here for it. Enemies damaged by Forged Spear are primed for a duration and will detonate when they are damaged by a Forge skill, dealing shock damage to the target but none to nearby enemies. Detonations can also be caused by gun critical hits, but deal less damage. This effect can stack. Thunderous Rage. Kill skill. Killing an enemy with shock damage will grant a stack of shock affinity for a duration. Shock affinity stacks grant increased critical hit damage. Tactician. While hip firing, Amon gains increased fire rate but decreased gun handling. While aiming, Amon gains increased gun damage and gun handling. Smelter. Kill skill. Amon restores a percentage of forge skill cooldown. Probably more than likely going to get that for a lot of people. Strike the Anvil requires a point in Thunderous Rage. Whenever Amon deals action skill damage, he consumes a stack of shock affinity to cause an elemental bolt to strike that enemy, dealing shock damage. And then we have the capstone, Wrathfall. Firewall is now Wrathfall. Press and hold action skill to call down a massive forged sword to strike a target enemy, dealing shock ordnance damage to enemies in the area. Wrathfall always critically hits. And then High Voltage, which requires a point and strike the Anvil. Elemental bolts now stagger enemies and consume an additional stack of shock affinity to multiply damage dealt. Bosses cannot be staggered, and elite enemies have a reduced chance to be staggered. This is from the Vengeance Tree. Onwards to the last one, and then we move on to a character that I think is going to be so insane, and that's the reason why she's my second character. But I cannot wait to show you guys the craziness of Harlowe, because you guys have heard me talk about Harlowe, but you have no idea why I have been talking about Harlowe so much and why she's now my number 2 when it comes to the next character I play after Vex. Cybernetics! I'm excited. Cast Iron. Amon gains increased forge skill cooldown rate and gun handling. Pretty much a lot of people are going to get this one. If they don't go down this tree, they're going to get Cast Iron. I'm calling it now. People are going to get it because it has cooldown rate. Gathering Storm, kill skill. Amon deals increased elemental damage for a duration. I'm pretty sure people who want to be very elemental with Amon will get Gathering Storm as well. Damage for a duration. Elemental damage for a duration. This effect can stack. Executioner. Amon gains increased critical hit damage. The effect is doubled for a duration after dealing melee damage. Get the Let Out. Amon gains increased reload speed. The effect is doubled for a duration after causing a detonation. Destruction Engine. Amon gains increased forward skill damage and detonation damage. Axe and Stone. Rock and Stone! Deep Rock Galactic players will know exactly what I'm talking about. Amon gains increased movement speed for a duration after damaging an enemy with a Forge Axe, and can detonate primed enemies with a melee attack. Detonating a Flame Axe restores action skill cooldown. Detonating a Cryo Axe restores ordnance cooldown. Tempered Pyre. Forge Drone skill. Whenever Amon activates his Forge skill, he spawns an Axe Forge drone that attacks nearby enemies for a duration, dealing incendiary melee damage. Activating a Forge skill while Tempered Pyre is active fully restores the duration of all active Forge drones. Let me put this into the perspective for you. So, because I read through all of these. Wait a minute. Oh no, I didn't even read through all of the base action skills. I'm so sorry. I just read Onslaughter and I just went down the list. I forgot to read through Scourge and Crucible. So there was Onslaughter. Wow, this is going to seem like a really odd for people who are watching. They're like, wait, he didn't go over the other 2 skills. I'm sorry, this is so late. But I forgot to read these 2. So I already read through Onslaughter at the beginning, but at least I'm bringing it up now. Scourge, Vengeance skill tree. Amon equips a Forge shield that absorbs all frontal damage. Yeah, I'm too excited. I'm too excited because I want to read all this stuff, but it completely slipped my mind. Please forgive me. Amon equips a Forge shield that absorbs all frontal damage as Vengeance. Whenever the Vengeance meter is filled, Forge shield provides damage reduction instead. Vengeance drains rapidly if it has not been gained recently. Press action skill to launch a Forge wave, dealing cryo ordnance damage to enemies it passes through, consuming Vengeance to increase damage dealt. That is what the Vengeance tree does, and that's when it's always talking about Vengeance, this is what it means. And now we cut to the next thing. Crucible. Cybernetic skill tree, that's what we're on now. Charge skill. Amon readies Forge axes that can be thrown and picked up off the ground to refund cooldown. Can throw a Flame Axe dealing incendiary melee damage, or a Frost Axe dealing cryo melee damage. Gotta go? Thank you for sticking around, kitty, and thank you for sneaking back in again. But you enjoy the rest of your day, and it's an honor and privilege to be your entertainer, and I look forward to seeing you in the next thing. Can throw a Flame Axe dealing incendiary melee damage, or a Frost Axe dealing cryo melee damage. Enemies damaged by Forge Axes are primed for a duration, and will detonate when they die or are damaged by a Forge skill dealing damage to nearby enemies. So, going back down here, Tempered Pyre spawns an Axe Forge drone. A Forge drone skill, whenever Amon activates his Forge skill, he spawns an Axe Forge drone that attacks nearby enemies for a duration, dealing incendiary melee damage. Activating a Forge skill while Tempered Pyre is active fully restores the duration of all active Forge drones. In other words, this means that you'll have an axe that's just floating next to you and it will attack other enemies around you. It's literally a floating weapon companion that's going to be with you. Endless War. Primed enemies take increased gun damage for each stack of prime. Not the drink, because the drink is not good for you. It is bad for you. Doesn't matter what KSI or Mr. Beast or whoever Paul brother tells you that prime is good for you, it is actually very bad for you. This here is a good prime. Primed enemies take increased gun damage for each stack of prime. If Amon detonates a primed enemy, a new Forge Axe is spawned that seeks out a nearby enemy. Bolt action. Whenever Amon reloads, his guns gain bonus shock damage for a duration. Bellows. Whenever Amon activates his Forge skill, he gains increased gun damage for a duration. Twin Tempers requires a point in Tempered Pyres. Tempered Pyre now spawns an additional Axe Forge drone that deals cryo melee damage. So with this, you'll have 2 axes floating around you at all times that actively seek out enemies. Forge drones from Tempered Pyre have reduced duration. So there's the rub. You can have 2 of them out, but they won't last as long as a singular axe would. Vital Organs. Kill skill. Amon gains critical hit chance with guns for a duration. This effect can stack. So here's the thing. In previous Borderlands games, criticals were mainly just the weak point of enemies. It was mainly just a weak point of enemies. I think it was Flack who had a special skill that make it so that there's a chance for certain skills to proc as critical. But we didn't have a critical chance. We just had critical damage from a weak point, and that was it. But here you see so many skills for all these characters that are centered on giving you increased critical hit chance overall. Everything that you're doing. Kill skill. Amon gains critical hit chance with guns for a duration. This effect can stack. Herald's Call. Amon gains increased shock damage. And that's the main tree. Onwards to branch 1. Tempered Ice. Forge drone skill. Whenever Amon activates his ordnance, he spawns a hammer forge drone that attacks nearby enemies for a duration, dealing cryo melee damage. Now, we haven't seen the hammer. We haven't seen the floating hammer. We've seen the floating axes, but we haven't seen the floating hammer yet. This ought to be interesting. Hour of the Hammer. This is an augment. Amon now readies Forge Hammers, choosing Frost or Shock. Enemies damaged by Forge Hammer are primed for a duration, and will detonate when they die or are damaged by a Forge skill, dealing damage to nearby enemies. Can throw a Cryo Hammer, dealing cryo melee damage in an area on impact, or a Shock Hammer, dealing shock melee damage in an area on impact. Cacophony. Amon gains increased ordnance damage and detonation radius. Ooh, wait. Because I don't think I read through all of Amon's tree. I haven't yet, so this... Ordnance damage and detonation radius. Okay, I like that. Masterwork. Requires a point in Tempered Ice. Forge drones gain increased damage and duration. This will be great for offsetting the fact that Twin Tempers will reduce the duration of how active they are. Endless Bombardment. Grenades have a chance to refund themselves on use. Heavy Ordnance has a chance to refund 1 ammo on damaging enemies. Stoked. Whenever Amon deals ordnance damage, he gains increased fire rate for a duration. This effect can stack. I know I said this before, but Amon is definitely my second character. He was my second character until Harlowe. You'll see. Ordained Hammer requires a point in Masterwork. Hammer Forge drones now deal ordnance damage in addition to their other types and gain a chance to cause a detonation on damaging enemies, dealing cryo damage in an area. So Ordained Hammers will stack well with Cacophony because the detonation radius will be increased. Snowball. Press and hold action skill to throw a twinned Forge Hammer, dealing cryo melee damage to nearby enemies on impact that ricochets between nearby enemies up to 3 times. If no ricochet targets are found, it deals damage an additional time before destroying itself. For each detonation caused, it ricochets an additional time. And that's branch 1. Onwards to branch 2. Blast Furnace. Whenever Amon or his Forge drones critically hit an enemy or cause a detonation, he gains increased damage dealt for a duration. Detonations grant multiple stacks. Blast Tempest. Amon now readies Forge Swords, choosing Flame or Shock. Whenever activated, consume all charges to launch a barrage of Forge Swords. And we see this where he directs his hand forward and just a mass of swords just goes flying in a direction. Think summon swords from Virgil, but they don't rotate around you. Think more like Gilgamesh from Fate Order. Enemies damaged by forged swords are primed for a duration and will detonate when they die, or are damaged by a forged skill, dealing damage to the target but none to nearby enemies. So this is the same thing. This is kind of the same limitation we saw in the Vengeance tree, where you can deal shock with the forged spear, but it doesn't deal damage to nearby enemies. Same thing here with this particular augment. Can fire a barrage of flame swords, dealing incendiary melee damage, or a barrage of shock swords, dealing shock melee damage. This effect can stack. I cannot wait to see just how crazy these characters can go with their skills. Tempered Lightning. Forge Drone skill. Whenever Amon activates his action skill, he spawns a sword forge drone that attacks nearby enemies for a duration, dealing shock melee damage. Activating an action skill while Tempered Lightning is active will partially restore the duration of all active forge drones. Armor of Contempt. Amon gains Overshield when he deals action skill damage. Lightning Rod. Amon's gunshots have a chance on critical hit to spawn an elemental bolt, dealing shock damage. Seems cool. I like it. Escalation. Requires a point in Tempered Lightning. Forged drones gain increased attack speed and movement speed. Storm Surge. Double Edge is now Storm Surge. Press and hold action skill to throw a twinned forge blade, dealing shock melee damage in an area on impact. So enemy gamer better be prepared to see a massive storm. Storm Surge creates a forge storm on impact for a duration, dealing shock status effect damage over time. Honed Point requires a point in escalation. Forged drones have a chance to critically hit. Whenever a forged drone critically hits, they partially restore Amon's action skill cooldown. And that's branch 2. Onwards to the final branch of Amon's trees, and then we can move on to Harlowe! Sorry, I'm excited. Let me drink some water. Let me drink some water. Permafrost. Whenever Amon freezes an enemy, cryo hazard is created under them, dealing cryo damage for a duration. I like this. You freeze an enemy, it creates a frozen hazard underneath them so that they still take damage even if you're not there. Searing Cold. Frost axes apply freeze on impact. Flame axes now pass through enemies. Raging Inferno. Action skill damage has a chance to critically hit and burn enemies when it does. Now, remember that skill we saw from the very first tree? Where it says if Amon burns an enemy, they immediately get shocked, and if Amon shocks an enemy, they immediately get burned? Raging Inferno, I believe, will stack with that. So if you burn an enemy and you have that other skill procced, then I'm pretty sure you're going to burn and shock them at the exact same time, because that skill is a passive. That burn to shock and that shock to burn skill is a passive. It's not an augment, it's a passive. So if you get that and you get Raging Inferno, you're going to be shocking people all the time. Okay, all right. Your action skill will. Your action skill will have that chance. Wild Heart. Who remembers that game? Amon gains increased status effect damage and hazard damage, which goes well with Permafrost. Freezer Burn. Dealing incendiary damage with guns increases cryo damage for a duration, and dealing cryo damage with guns increases incendiary damage for a duration. Reactive Armor. Detonations partially restore Amon's shield and ordnance cooldown. And lastly, Reverse Explosion. Whenever Amon deals forge skill damage, he creates a drone singularity for a duration, meaning black hole the moment he deals forge skill damage. Conflangarang. I was about to say conflagration, but there's a boomerang. Conflangarang. Yeah, it's supposed to be boomerang. Conflangarang. I'm not going to attempt to say this name again. It's going to keep me here all day. I'm sorry. Double Edge now deals incendiary Throat got dry. Pardon me. Double Edge now deals incendiary melee damage in both directions, gains increased radius, and leaves a trail of fire as it travels if close enough to the ground, dealing incendiary damage over time. Causing a detonation or damaging an enemy with Conflangerang will restore forward skill cooldown. And that's the capstone for the cybernetics tree. Whew, that messed me up. Sorry about that. But that is the last capstone and last skill for Amon as a whole. It's time to move on to Harlowe. I need y'all to understand that my excitement for playing Harlowe is vast. I have never been more excited to play a Vault Hunter other than Vex. So now let's go to Harlowe the Gravatar. And I'm so happy that her skill tree and everything concerning her, aside from other newer videos that we're supposed to be getting, I am so glad they released it so soon. Gravatar Vault Hunter trait. Entanglement. August not included. Whenever Harlowe uses her action skill on enemies, those enemies become entangled. Entangled enemies share a portion of gun damage and skill damage with all other entangled enemies. So those of you who have played a Siren in Borderlands 3 know of a skill called Ties That Bind, where it essentially, if you use Damara and you use her phase grasp, she would grab hold of a enemy, and adjacent enemies who were close by would be linked to that particular enemy. So any damage that was done to the enemy that is grasp would extend down to nearby enemies who were attached with Ties That Bind. It was a completely busted skill. You could mow through entire groups in a short amount of time simply because the damage you deal, once you were properly leveled and you had good gear, it would just reach out to every other enemy and it would kill them with you barely using up too much ammo for yourself. This is what Harlowe can do. When her action skills hit enemies, they become entangled. And the thing is, unlike Ties That Bind, they don't need to be in close proximity in order for it to work. They just have to be entangled. Whether they're across a section of the map or if they're close together, it doesn't matter. Every entangled enemy will share damage amongst themselves. Gravatar action skills. Chroma Accelerator. Sorry for the spotty frame rate. It's just the system that I have. It's the laptop I have. Still working on getting myself a brand new PC. Chroma Accelerator. Creative Burst skill tree. Fire an unstable energy pocket from Harlowe's Chroma Accelerator. The unstable energy pocket passes through enemies and deals cryo damage to all enemies it passes near. Pressing action skill causes the unstable energy pocket to explode and deal heavy radiation damage in a large area. Here's the thing. Here's the thing about radiation damage. Radiation damage, it is a very dangerous skill. That damage type alone is the reason why people spec so much into a radiation flak build, because of just how evil of a damage effect that it is. But cryo is also a dangerous effect. So immediately you can see here that cryo and radiation are the standard elements for Harlowe. Cryo by itself, not only can it freeze enemies, but you deal more damage to enemies that are frozen. When you stack that with damage over time of radiation, and the fact that it can cause people to explode after they die, and that is just base for radiation status effects, her having access to this is crazy. But that's Chroma Accelerator. 0 point. Seize the Day skill tree. Press action skill to use Harlowe's Halo Accelerator to place an enemy in stasis for a duration. Enemies immune to stasis take damage instead. It's like trying to grab a boss with phase grasp in Borderlands 3. They just take damage because they're simply too big. Pressing action skill causes the enemy in stasis to be slammed into the ground in the direction Harlowe is facing and creates a small explosion. Retriggering stasis has a cooldown. And then lastly, the Flux Generator, which is good for enemies and allies. Cosmic Brilliance skill tree. Harlowe throws her flux generator in front of her, which projects an energy field. Might as well call a scientific domain expansion. Sorry, Jujutsu Kaisen has spoiled me on skills that create a dome around you. So I just see it all as a domain expansion now. Which projects an energy field, dealing cryo damage over time and entangling enemies. Just enemies inside, they are immediately entangled. Allies inside the energy field gain overshield. Press action skill to pick up your flux generator and toss it again. So now let's move on to the first tree, the creative burst tree for Harlowe. And this is what her tree looks like. You see a lot of radioactive symbols everywhere. Cyclotron. Harlowe gains increased fire rate. All right, pretty standard. PPE. Harlowe gains increased maximum shield capacity and shield recharge rate. Pretty standard as well. Field Ready Prototype. Harlowe gains increased action skill damage. That's going to be handy later. Might want to get that. Bleeding Edge. Harlowe gains increased reload speed. That's another base level important stat to have. Void Star. Whenever Harlowe's unstable energy pocket passes by an enemy, it loses a portion of its current total health and becomes frozen. It didn't say it has a chance of becoming frozen. It says it becomes frozen. Neutron Capture. All damage Harlowe's unstable energy pocket deals to enemies is stored. Whenever it explodes, a portion of that stored damage is transferred to Harlowe's gun, causing her to deal bonus radiation damage. Elementary. Harlowe gains increased elemental damage and status effect damage. The way I'm going to build Harlowe, she is going to absolutely have elementary. Test subjects. Whenever Harlowe applies a status effect to an enemy, she gains increased action skill cooldown rate. I'm getting test subjects as well. Get up and go. Whenever Harlowe activates or re-triggers an action skill, she gains increased movement speed. Seems pretty useful. I may mess with this, but we'll have to see of its viability later on. Elephant's Foot. Whenever whenever Harlowe's shield breaks, she deals radiation damage to all entangled enemies. Just when her shield breaks. Listen to the wording here. Whenever her shield breaks, she immediately deals radiation damage to all entangled enemies. Harlowe gains overshields equal to the amount of damage dealt this way. First of all, when her shield breaks, all entangled enemies just take radiation damage immediately. And then she gains overshield for how much damage that radiation does. Great Red Dot. Harlowe gains increased status effect duration. So that's just going to make it so that all that status effect damage that we deal with radiation from Elephant's Foot gives us even more overshields because of how long it lasts. Oh my goodness. Then we have this one. Enriched. Requires a point in elementary. Harlowe gains increased radiation damage. So, I'm over on the Borderlands server, on the Borderlands Discord server, and we're just talking about how much of her skills just scream space cosmic radiation. Just the radiation that exists within space, all of her skills sound like they really want you to become a walking cosmic radiation singularity. I'm trying to find a better way to word that. They want you to wield the power of space, the damage of space for yourself. Cryo and radiation, the coldness of space, and also the massive amounts of solar radiation and cosmic radiation that exists out in space as well. This is all for Harlowe to command. Okay, Harlowe and Amon are tied for most OP characters in the game. Here's the thing, Anime Gamer, you are not far off, because when it came to a vote for how many people were willing to play Amon and Harlowe for their first characters, people changed their tunes from Vex and Rafa, and people are saying, I want to play Amon, I want to play Harlowe, because the skills that these two people have are crazy. Mind you, despite that, I'm still going to play Vex, But Harlowe is literally like everything she does. And mind you, everything I just read out is just from the main tree. Not even the branch trees. This is just her first skill tree, though. These branches, we haven't even gotten there yet. And she already sounds busted. Because radiation damage was by far one of the best elements from, the entirety of Borderlands alongside Cryo. Cryo and radiation are some of the best elements in all of Borderlands. No one likes slag. We had to use slag because we had no other choice in Borderlands 2, but when you ask people, they do not like slag at all. Because all it does is, it doesn't do much damage. It's just a, it's a glaze for you to deal more damage with other status effects, but people really did not like slag all that much because it paled in comparison to other status effects. But people liked cryo. People definitely like radiation. Radiation is just too good of an element to pass up, and the fact that Harlowe can deal both of them. Both of them. But that's the end of the first main branch. Onwards to branch 1. Practical applications. Harlowe gains increased skill damage. I'm sorry, I went on a rant there. Let's get back to this. Field research. Whenever Harlowe kills an enemy with her unstable energy pocket, and when she kills an entangled enemy while her unstable energy pocket is active, refund a portion of her next action skill cooldown. Carry the one. Whenever Harlowe entangles an enemy, she gains a chance to entangle another nearby enemy. Getting this. I'm getting carry the one. I'm getting carry the one. A chance to entangle another nearby enemy? Just right off the bat? Well, not right off the bat, but just a chance to trigger it. I hope the percentage chance is high. I hope it's above like 15. I hope it's like maybe 20, maybe even 30%. Maybe even, I wouldn't be opposed to like maybe 40 or maybe 45. I wouldn't be opposed to that. But if it's lower than that, them's the breaks. It's all good. Core sample. Harlowe gains lifesteal against frozen enemies. If she's at full health, she gains overshield instead. Break the ice. Convert all chroma accelerator damage to cryo damage. Opposing force. Whenever Harlowe freezes an enemy, she gains increased action skill cooldown rate. This effect can stack. Cue ball. That was actually one of my old nicknames that I used to have. People don't call me that anymore. Harlowe's unstable energy pocket bounces as it travels and can no longer be manually detonated. Each time it bounces, it creates a radiation explosion. Whenever it strikes an enemy, it changes direction and bounces towards another enemy. And I immediately think of the bouncer from Ratchet & Clank Going Commando. Literally one of my favorite guns, especially when you upgrade it so that when it exploded, it let out little smaller bombs that hunted other enemies, and just the whole area was just covered in explosions. I'm surprised the PS2 was able to handle all that kind of nonsense back then. But that's immediately what drew me to this capstone, the specific capstone for branch 1, the cue ball one. It reminds me of the bouncer from Ratchet & Clank. Cold welding requires a point and carry the 1. Whenever Harlowe freezes an entangled enemy, it deals cryo damage to itself and all other entangled enemies. That's branch 1. Branch 2, poisoned sun. Harlowe gains increased radiation damage and a radiation chance. Special purpose magnets. Harlowe's unstable energy pocket pulls enemies along as it passes by, and its detonation deals increased damage for every enemy it has already hit. So, this is literally her unstable energy pocket becoming a black hole, which will then explode, because that damage from the explosion increases by every enemy it has hit and dragged along the way. So here's the thing. It deals increased damage. Once it explodes, the fact that it's pulling other enemies, all those enemies that it's already hit, are all going to be caught up in that explosion that has been multiplied by the amount of enemies that have been dragged into it. Now, you're not going to get a whole group all the time, but when you do, special purpose magnets is pretty much going to show its true colors that way. Glow up. Harlowe gains critical hit chance with guns against irradiated enemies. And seeing as how you have Poison Sun, which increases your radiation damage and irradiation chance, Glow up will definitely be useful. Pretty much any skill that has like the nuclear symbol on it is probably going to stack well with each other, such as Chain Reactor, Poison Sun, Glow up. Carry the one will definitely benefit from that as well. Thistle Launcher. Whenever Harlowe damages an irradiated enemy or an entangled enemy, shoot a radiation dart at another enemy. Okay, so this is going to stack well as well. There's a lot. Well, actually, Poison Sun, Glow Up, Chain Reactor, Thistle Launcher. They're all going to stack well. Chain Reactor. Harlowe deals bonus radiation damage to entangled enemies. Now, if I go back up here, and we go back to entangled enemies, Cold Welding. Whenever Harlowe freezes an entangled enemy, it deals cryo damage to itself and other entangled enemies. I need one where it just gives her cryo against enemies itself. Just straight up cryo. That's what I'm trying to see. I don't think there's one where it's just flat out cryo. Is you gotta deal with cryo. But convert all chroma accelerator damage to cryo, and then stack that. Then stack that with glow up and, well, actually, you know what? No, I'm overthinking it. I'm overthinking it because you still need to apply the radiation. But then again, when you have no, no. There it is. Elephant's Foot, right there. Sorry, I had to think and cook. Elephant's Foot. When her shield breaks, she deals radiation damage to all entangled enemies. That can stack with Cold Welding. Stack that with Cold Welding and carry the one, and you'll wind up both freezing them and causing radiation damage to them as well while your shield breaks when you're using this skill. And then you get that with Thistle Launcher, where damaging an irradiated enemy or an entangled enemy shoots a radiation dart at another enemy. And then you have Chain Reactor, where Harlowe deals bonus radiation damage to entangled enemies. I feel like this can really, really stack. Wasted. Killing an irradiated enemy. Kill skill. Killing an irradiated enemy or killing an enemy with radiation damage leaves behind a radiation hazard. Cryo, radiation, the deepness of space, literally confined into a person. Demon Core. As Harlowe's, and this is actually a scientific term, because the Demon's Core is literally this one thing from back in the day when someone was messing with the inside. I'm trying to remember the exact story, but the Demon's Core is an actual reference to an incredibly highly volatile and irradiated core from, I think it was like an atom bomb. I'm trying to remember correctly. And it was so potent that when you have to be careful how you handle it, because if it touches and closes, then it will irradiate everything in the room immediately. Matter of fact, let's do a little bit of history dive for Demon Core so you can understand why it was included here. Demon Core. Here it is. The Demon Core was a sphere of plutonium that was involved in 2 fatal radiation accidents when scientists tested it as a fissile core of an early atomic bomb. It was a subcritical mass that weighed 6.2 kilograms and was 8.9 centimeters in diameter. Let me see. The 2 criticality accidents occurred in the Los Alamos laboratory in New Mexico on August 21st, 1945 and May 21st, 1946. In both cases, an experiment was intended to demonstrate how close the core was to criticality using a neutron reflective tamper layer of dense material surrounding the fissile material. In both accidents, the core was accidentally put into a critical configuration. Physicists Harold Daghlian in the first incident and Lou Slotin in the second incident both suffered acute radiation syndrome and passed shortly afterwards. At the same time, others present in the laboratory were also exposed. The core was melted down during the summer of 1946 and the material was recycled for use in other cores. It was so irradiated. Now, it was so irradiated that those who were there at the front of it, dealing with that, acute radiation syndrome. Everyone else was everyone else inside the laboratory was also exposed. So the radiation was crazy. So when I see Demon Core, as Harlow's unstable energy pocket travels, it shoots, and this is the capstone for Branch 2, it shoots radiation darts at enemies. So that's really like a reference to the Demon Core of 1945. Whenever Harlowe entangles an enemy while her action skill is active, automatically irradiate that enemy. Automatically! And then we have another passive. Whenever Dirty Bomb, whenever Harlowe irradiates an enemy, create a radiation explosion on that enemy. The moment they are irradiated, they blow up. They immediately create a radiation explosion. Immediately! That's Branch 2. Onwards to Branch 3. Highly efficient. Kill skill. Whenever Harlowe kills an enemy with a skill, restore a portion of her shield capacity. Containment breach. I love all the scientific terms. I love all the sciencey terms. I love it. Containment breach. Whenever Harlow's unstable energy pocket detonates, it splits into several smaller, fast-moving, unstable energy pockets. Ooh. Interesting. Mechanical brilliance. Whenever Harlowe damages an enemy with a skill, she gains increased skill damage. Eureka! Whenever Harlowe enters Fight for Your Life, she throws a free unstable energy pocket at a nearby enemy, if there are any. Rounding up. For every enemy her action skill damages, Harlowe gains increased gun damage when her action skill ends. This effect can stack. Alternative fuel source. Whenever Harlowe activates Chroma Accelerator, drain her shield and amp her next unstable energy pocket. And then I'm going to skip over to the passive and then read out the capstone last. QED. Melee Override. Harlowe attaches an unstable energy pocket to her fists and slams it into an enemy in front of her. Literally a pocket black hole over her fists, and she's hitting people with it. Kind of reminds me of Blast from One Punch Man. Speaking of which, when is that manga going to come back? It's been forever since I read you guys a One Punch Man chapter. And then lastly, for this skill tree, the Shattering Light. Charge skill. Chroma Accelerator gains charges as Harlowe keeps it readied for the duration of Chroma Accelerator or until all charges are used. Holding the action skill ends the Shattering Light early and refunds a portion of the cooldown for every charge remaining. Press action skill. Fire a fast-moving, unstable energy pocket, consuming a charge. And that is it for the Creative Burst skill tree. Next is Seize the Day. Quantum Immortality. Whenever Harlowe entangles an enemy, she gains health regeneration. When you entangle people, you regen! Parallel Circuit. After triggering or re-triggering an action skill, Harlowe gains increased gun damage. Pulse Drive. Harlowe gains increased action skill cooldown rate. Definitely getting this. Make Extraordinary. Harlowe gains critical hit chance with all skills. This chance increases every time Harlowe entangles an enemy. This effect can stack. Bright Future. Whenever Harlowe triggers or re-triggers an action skill, she gains increased fire rate. Strange Attractor. Whenever Harlowe shoots an enemy with a gun, bullets ricochet off that enemy onto all enemies in stasis. Mind you, this is also part of her stasis field augment as well. If Harlowe critically hits an enemy, that enemy becomes entangled. Negative Entropy. Harlowe gains increased gun handling. This bonus is doubled while an enemy is in stasis. Peer Review. And this is an augment. Whenever an enemy enters stasis, spawn a homing rejuvenating projectile that targets Harlowe or her allies once the enemy is slammed, killed, or stasis ends. The rejuvenating projectile grants decreased action skill duration rate and increased action skill cooldown rate for a duration. If the target is in Fight for Your Life, they immediately gain second wind as if they killed an enemy. Periodic Table Flip. Harlowe gains increased elemental damage, status effect application chance, and cryo effectiveness. This is going to stack well with the creative bursts tree. It's gonna be quite nice. Ripple effect. Kill skill. Whenever Harlow kills an entangled enemy, automatically entangle another nearby enemy. Oh, that's so good. Whenever Harlow kills an entangled enemy, automatically entangle another. And this is a kill skill, which means if you're in a group and you entangle one enemy, when you kill that one, it entangles another. When you kill that one, it entangles another. And it keeps going and going and going and going and going. Too coolant for schoolant. Whenever Harlow deals cryo damage, gain increased action skill cooldown rate. Cryodynamics requires a point in periodic table flip. Harlow gains increased cryo damage. And that's the end for the main tree. Branch 1. Concurrence. Harlow gains increased action skill duration for every entangled enemy. Wildcat destabilization, and this is an augment. Entangled enemies take bonus radiation damage from entangle. Whenever Harlow deals radiation gun damage to an enemy, restore action skill duration. Whenever Harlow kills an enemy in stasis, create a radiation nova. This radiation nova deals damage based on remaining action skill duration. Cryo, radiation, entanglement, stasis, everyone's dying. Force of will. Whenever Harlow critically hits an enemy, daze that enemy. We haven't seen daze as a status effect from enemies in a while. If I want to be accurate, I can't remember the last time a character was able to daze another. I think maybe I'm correct, maybe I'm wrong. Someone correct me if you please, but I think the last game in the Borderlands series that let you daze was Borderlands 1. It might have been Borderlands 2, but it definitely wasn't in Borderlands 3 because daze was not a thing. Whenever Harlow critically, I could be wrong on all accounts. I got to look through all the skill trees of all the games in order to check, but I don't think anyone outside of Borderlands 1 and 2 had daze. But like I said, I could be wrong. Whenever Harlow critically hits an enemy, daze that enemy. Dazed enemies have decreased movement speed and attack speed. Daze can stack. Control group. Kill skill. Killing an entangled enemy restores a portion of Harlow's action skill cooldown and action skill duration. Slingshot requires a point in force of will. Whenever Harlow dazes an enemy, she also entangles them, and then she gains increased movement speed. Freeze frame. Harlow's guns deal bonus cryo damage for every enemy she has in stasis. This effect can stack. Going over to stun lock. Whenever Harlow critically hits an enemy, she briefly puts that enemy into stasis. This form of stasis lasts for a short duration or until the enemy is shot again. And the capstone is falling bodies. Pressing action skill places an additional enemy in stasis at the cost of action skill duration. When stasis ends, automatically slam all enemies straight down. Branch 2. We're getting there. Unstable isotope. Kill skill. Harlow deals bonus cryo damage with all sources. Augment. Cold storage. All damage dealt to enemies in stasis is stored. When an enemy is slammed or stasis ends, create a cryo explosion based on all stored damage and centered on that enemy, and also automatically freeze other enemies nearby. Keep ice on that. All cryo damage Harlow deals gains lifesteal. If Harlow's health is full, she gains overshield instead. You deal cryo, you regen. You already have another skill that just straight up gives you regen. But when you deal cryo, you regen. Endothermic reaction. I wanted to make sure I said that right. Endothermic reaction. Whenever Harlow freezes an enemy, create an endothermic aura that deals constant cryo damage to enemies around it. Harlow's endothermic aura deals increased damage based on her overshield. The more full, the greater the bonus. And that's the reason why keeping ice on that is probably going to be useful for endothermic reaction. Flash freeze. Whenever Harlow deals cryo damage with an action skill, she gains a chance to freeze that enemy. Heat sink. Whenever Harlow freezes an enemy, she gains increased action skill cooldown rate. Triple point. Whenever Harlow deals non-cryo damage to an entangled enemy, she deals bonus cryo damage to that enemy. If she deals cryo damage to an entangled enemy, she deals increased bonus damage. Yeah, this is going to be useful as well. I might need to pick up triple point too. Cold Plunge. Capstone. Whenever Harlowe slams an enemy, creates a singularity on that enemy, followed by a cryo explosion. So not only can you slam an enemy who's lifted, but when you slam them, they create a vacuum effect around them, followed immediately by an explosion. So not only are they helpless, they are helplessly slammed, they become a living black hole drawing everything near them, and then they're all blown apart by a cryo explosion. I cannot wait for Harlowe. And that is the end of Branch 2. Onwards to Branch 3, and then we have one more skill tree, and then I'm done. Because I've been at this for a long while. Branch 3. Indiscrete Math. Harlowe gains increased splash damage, which is going to go hand in hand whenever you trigger these explosions. Inertia. Whenever an enemy Harlowe has in stasis dies, a new enemy is automatically added to stasis. When this happens, Harlowe's action skill duration resets. However, it drains quicker. We're going to need to test out and see how quickly it drains the more people we put into stasis. Experimentation. Kill skill. Killing an entangled enemy causes an elemental explosion on all other entangled enemies. This is so good. These skills are so good. They're so nice. Now, mind you, like I said, we're going to have to test out all of these skills to see how viable they are. Domino Effect. Whenever Harlowe deals splash damage to an entangled enemy, she gains a chance to trigger entangled damage share again. Sustained Reaction. Kill skill. Killing an entangled enemy restores a portion of Harlowe's action skill duration. Might need to put some points into that. Grounded State. Well, actually, let's go to Gordian Knot, and then to Grounded State. Gordian Knot requires a point in experimentation. Kill skill. Whenever Harlowe kills an entangled enemy, she gains a chance to instantly fully restore her action skill. Getting that. I'm getting that. Whenever she kills an entangled enemy, she gains a chance to instantly fully restore her action skill. Fully! And this is a kill skill. The more enemies you kill, the higher your chances of this procking. Getting the skill. And then the Capstone. Ground State. Every time Harlowe slams an enemy, gain increased slam damage and slam damage radius. Enemies in stasis take decreased damage. Press action skill to slam all enemies in stasis straight down. Mind you, it says every time Harlowe slams an enemy. So the damage will increase and the radius of the slam will increase the more you do it for that entire duration. But that is the end of the Seize the Day tree. Onwards to the final tree for this character, and then we can say we've went over everything. I'll say my final thoughts and we'll call it a session for today. Cosmic Brilliance. Main's Hum. Harlowe gains increased maximum shield capacity and increased maximum overshield capacity. Personal Observation. Harlowe deals increased melee damage and her melee attacks gain a chance to entangle enemies. Actions at a Distance. Whenever Harlowe applies a status effect to an enemy, she gains a chance to apply that status effect to each entangled enemy. Momentum. Whenever Harlowe entangles an enemy, she and her allies deal increased critical hit damage. Mass Function. Harlowe and her allies gain increased reload speed for every entangled enemy. Coronal Mass Ejection. Enemies inside Harlowe's flux generator lose all elemental resistances. Harlowe and her allies inside her flux generator gain increased status effect chance. Listen to that. The flux generator is that domain expansion that we saw during her gameplay and during the example up this page, where enemies inside will just straight up, where enemies inside are, basically debuffed. But with this augment, enemies inside lose all elemental resistances. Oh, I got a shield, so you can't use anything against me, but you get stuck inside of this augment with the flux generator. It's as if you don't have any resistances at all. It's akin to that of Blackbeard's dark fruit. They get inside this is as if they never had any. It's like with Blackbeard's dark fruit, he touches someone, it's like they never have a devil fruit power. As soon as this flux generator touches an enemy, it's like they never had elemental resistances at all. Zeha. That's exactly what it is. I'm throwing out so many references, please. Neutron Decay. Whenever Harlowe irradiates an enemy, she gains increased gun damage. This effect can stack. Blue Giant. Harlowe's flux generator gains increased radius. Additionally, whenever she retrieves flux generator, she creates a cryo hazard where her flux generator was located, and a radiation hazard wherever she next places her flux generator. Only one of each of these hazards may be active at a time. I was immediately thinking, I'll create a cryo hazard in this spot, run back over to this spot and create a radiation hazard, and it'll be frozen radiation the entire time, but you can only have either or. Heat Death. Harlowe gains increased cryo efficiency. Creative Overflow. Harlowe deals increased gun damage based on her overshield. The more overshield she has, the bigger the bonus. Resonance Cascade requires a point in Neutron Decay. Whenever Harlowe deals radiation damage to an enemy, she gains increased action skill damage. This effect can stack. Confirmative Reality. Whenever Harlowe shoots an entangled enemy, she and all allies restore a portion of their action skill cooldown. Absolute Zero. Whenever Harlowe freezes an enemy, she receives a stack of 0 point. For every stack of 0 point, her action skill duration freezes enemies for a short time. And that's the main branch. Main tree. Onwards to the branch 1. Blue Shift. While her action skill is cooling down, Harlowe deals bonus cryo damage with her melee attacks. While her action skill is active, Harlowe deals bonus radiation damage with her melee attacks. Unified Theory. Harlowe's flux generator gains increased action skill damage. This effect is increased based on how many allies and enemies are inside of her flux generator, which means you'll probably see way better gains if you're in a full party with this specific augment. But if you intend to play by yourself, then you'll only see like minimum returns and minimum effect from this. But yeah, it seems good, but it's going to need to be tested in co-op with a full group of people. Decoherence. Harlowe deals increased damage with all sources to entangled enemies. Enemies inside of her flux generator take further increased damage. That seems nice. I may get that, but we'll have to see what the other tree will do for me once I really get into it. Latent Charge. Harlowe deals bonus damage with guns, melee attacks, and action skills while she has overshield. The more overshield she has, the bigger the bonus. Feedback Loop. Whenever Harlowe entangles an enemy, she gains increased action skill damage, action skill duration, and action skill cooldown. Action skill cooldown rate. This effect can stack. Potential Transference. Charge Skill. Whenever Harlowe relocates her flux generator, it teleports to a location in her crosshairs, consuming a charge and creating a shock burst that deals shock damage to enemies inside it, granting a free second wind to all allies, and heals allies within the flux generator. This is going to be essential if you intend to go fully co-op with Harlowe. This is going to be very useful. Runaway Reaction. Harlowe gains increased status effect chance. Whenever Harlowe applies a status effect to an enemy, it becomes entangled. I might need to get this one too. But that's branch 1. Onwards to branch 2. Gamma Ray Burst. Whenever Harlowe re-triggers her action skill, the next shot fired from her guns drains her shield and deals bonus radiation damage based on the amount drained. Nuclear Winter. Whenever Harlowe, and this is an augment, whenever Harlowe and her allies are inside the flux generator's radius, they deal bonus cryo damage. Whenever Harlowe and her allies leave the flux generator's radius, they instead deal bonus radiation damage for a duration. Whenever Harlowe inflicts cryo or radiation status effects, that enemy becomes entangled. I'm really going to need to think about my augments because being able to entangle enemies immediately when they get affected by a status effect from cryo or radiation is very important. So I need to think about that. Harlowe's Certainty Principle. Harlowe gains increased gun handling, which is further increased with every enemy in her flux generator. Jaunt. Press and hold melee attack to make Harlowe swap places with her flux generator. Critical funding requires a point in Harlowe's certainty principle. Whenever Harlowe critically hits an enemy, she gains a chance to entangle it and refills a portion of her gun's magazine. Yet another way of refilling your ammo, even if it's just a little bit. Exposed core requires a point in gamma ray burst. While her shield is down, Harlowe gains increased status effect chance. Meltdown. Harlowe's critical hits with guns deal bonus radiation damage. And for the capstone, Violet Horizon. Harlowe's flux generator occasionally shoots radiation projectiles at nearby enemies outside of its radius. If these projectiles irradiate an enemy, the flux generator then drags them with it. What? If these projectiles irradiate an enemy, the flux generator then drags them within its radius? I don't remember seeing that! Then again, I didn't really look at her tree. I wanted to wait until this session to look at everything. What you mean? If these projectiles irradiate an enemy, the flux generator forcibly drags them within its radius? Oh, that's crazy. I kind of like that. Retrigger. Harlowe's flux generator creates a singularity burst that drags in nearby enemies and increases action skill power. And that's branch 2. That's interesting. I actually like that particular capstone. I actually kind of like that one. Branch 3, and the last one we gotta do. Refraction. Harlowe and her allies gain ricochet chance against entangled enemies. Critical hits double this chance. Ricochets have reduced damage. Perpetual Engine. When Harlowe activates her flux generator, she gains damage reduction and increased action skill duration for each entangled enemy and each additional enemy she entangles while her action skill is active. Perpetual indeed. Excited State. Harlowe gains increased critical hit damage. Whenever an enemy is damaged by Harlowe's action skill, the next shot on that enemy will be an automatic critical hit. Accretion. Harlowe and her allies gain lifesteal against entangled enemies. Oh, this is going to be very useful. Just so many ways to regain health. Distribution function. Whenever Harlowe's action skill damages an enemy, restore a portion of her and all allies' shield capacity. If their shields are full, gain overshield instead. There's a lot of skills that are centered around longevity. They really want you to survive as much as possible. Not in ways of like try to figure out how to survive, but they pretty much have it built in here to make it so that you can survive. Which means that it's going to be a lot, I said this before, it's going to be a lot more dangerous going into this game. Pencils down. While Harlowe's action skill is cooling down, she grants herself and her allies increased reload speed and fire rate. Annihilation. Harlowe's flux generator occasionally throws grenades. If Harlowe or her allies are inside the flux generator and have a grenade equipped, it throws a copy of that grenade. Now the question is, does it throw multiple grenades based on the number of people who are in it, or does it choose from any number of people who are in the flux generator to throw out grenades? That's the question. And lastly, the final group, the final capstone tree, and the final capstone of all trees, Group Study. Harlowe spawns a Halo sidekick for each ally instead of her flux generator. Halo sidekicks automatically fly to each ally and hover near them, granting increased gun damage, fire rate, and reload speed. Action skill retrigger. Overload Harlowe's Halo sidekicks to increase their effects. This effect stacks. While overloaded, Harlowe's action skill duration drains faster. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we have read through every single skill tree of every single Vault Hunter for Borderlands 4, and all I can say is that after this long reading and looking through everything that they can possibly do, I am pretty much excited to play as everyone. But of course, in this specific order, these are the characters that I'm going to be playing. And also, when I cover the game, it's going to be Vex first, then do everything I could possibly do for Vex, then move on to Harlowe, and then after I do everything for Harlowe, then we move on to Amon, and then when I'm done with Amon, we move on to Rafa. And hopefully I'm able to get to every single one of these characters in a, you know, relatively easy fashion, and it doesn't take too long before we get the DLC hunters that are going to be coming with the game as well. Who knows how long it's going to be before we get the brand new characters. But I feel like they're going to allow people enough time to enjoy everyone before they drop the characters themselves. But the way these character skills are set up, this is going to be the most insane and most fun Borderlands that we have ever had. And it looks like, on top of everything, aside from the characters, everything that the devs have been doing for this game looks to be like, let's just call it what it is, an apology letter for what was Borderlands 3. Borderlands 3's gameplay was very, very good, but it was the story that kind of brought the overall experience down. So what they're doing for Borderlands 4, I feel like it's a step in the right direction, and I can't wait to see how they handle everything. But that's it. I'm done, ladies and gentlemen. I've spent these past, how many hours? These past 4 hours just reading nothing but skill trees. It was fun, but I'm going to rest because that was a lot of talking. But to everyone here, I just want to say thank you for tuning in. This was me reading the skill trees for Borderlands 4, and I cannot wait to see what this game has to offer when we finally play on September 12th, which I believe is going to be a Friday, so that works out just well for me. But I'm really looking forward to the release of this game. I'm going to be checking out more videos from this as they release more stuff for Harlowe. And who knows, maybe they'll talk about endgame at some point to see what to expect from the endgame loop that many of us are going to be spending time in, post-level progression and everything. But like I said, Vex first, then Harlowe, then Amon, then Rafa. Because, you know, I gotta stick with my sirens, and, you know, I love the necromancer class, so of course Vex is going to be first. But overall, this is going to be a very fun ride, and sorry, I'm spitting. Pardon me. And I can't wait to cover this game and everything it has for you guys right here. Thank you to who was it? It wasn't Stevester. I believe it was. Let me scroll back up. Oh, it won't let me go back up again. Let me see. Hold on. Let me see. Ah, yes. Let me go ahead and acknowledge first Stevester for being a member for 10 months, and also welcome Gamer Chris for being a member as well. And also thank you, Stevester, again for the super chat earlier on. I just want to say thank you all for everything real quick before we close out. Thank you, Anime Gamer, for the Spanish translations when I needed them most. I appreciate it. Hybrid, Kitty, every single other person, Kingdom Hearts 3 for life, everybody who tuned in today, thank you. Hope you all enjoyed. Oh, I'll edit all the different pauses that happened throughout this session. Once it's fully processed, I'll edit all of that out so it can be seamless for pretty much the future. But hope you all enjoyed. Can't wait to see you all in my next video. Like, comment, and subscribe if you haven't already, because I am always looking forward to entertaining you. And because I know you're coming back anyway. Have a fantastic day, and once again, as always, later, peoples!